Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility, for the welfare, peace of New Zealand. Amen. I'm sure members would wish to welcome Dr. Tobias Kremer, Member of the European Parliament, who is present in the gallery. Members, I regret to inform the House of the death on the 20th of December 2024 of Margaret Ann Hartley QSO, who represented the electorate of Northcote from 1999 to 2005 and then served as a list member until 2008. She was a member of several select committees, including the Local Government and Environment Select Committee, the Justice and Electoral Committee. She was Deputy Speaker of the House from 2002 to 2005 and an Assistant Speaker from 2005 until her retirement in 2008. I also regret to inform the House of the death on the 3rd of January 2025 of the Honourable Dame Tariana Turia, DNZM of Ngāti Apa, Whanui, Wanganui, Ngā Rārua and Ngāti Tuwharetoa, who served as a list member from 1996 to 2002. And represented the electorate of Tītai Hauauru from 2002 to 2014. She led the Māori Party from 2004 to 2014. She held several ministerial portfolios, including Minister for Disability Issues, Minister for Whānau Ora, and Minister for the Community and Voluntary Sector. I further regret to inform the House of the death on the 18th of January 2025 of the Honourable Cedric Russell Marshall, CNZM, who represented the electorate of Wanganui from 1972 to 1990. He held several ministerial portfolios, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Education, Minister of Conservation, Minister for the Environment, and Minister for Disarmament and Arms Control. I desire on behalf of the House to express our sense of loss and sympathy with the relatives of the late former members. And I now ask members to stand with me to observe a period of silence as a mark of respect for their memory. Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice relating to the death of Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There is none.
I move that this House express its sorrow at the tragic passing of serving police officer Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, who died following an incident in Nelson in the early hours of New Year's Day. Lyn and her colleague, Senior Sergeant Adam Ramsey, were on a routine foot patrol, just like many other police officers across the country on New Year's Eve, working to keep our community safe. And just after 2 a.m. in Buxton Square car park, a vehicle drove towards them at speed, hitting both of them. 2 members of the public were also injured in the incident. Both officers were transported to Nelson Hospital, but sadly, Lyn passed away later that day. On behalf of the government and the people right across New Zealand, we acknowledge Lyn's family, her friends and her colleagues, and extend our heartfelt condolences for their unimaginable loss. Lyn was a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and a much-loved member of the community who touched so many lives. Lyn Fleming was an exceptional police officer with 38 years frontline service. And her policing career started in 1986 as a traffic officer in Auckland before joining the police in 1992 when the organisations merged. She spent 32 years on the front line in Nelson, spending the last 7 years as Nelson Bay's Area Response Manager. And Lyn was an officer highly respected by her peers, her staff and her bosses. She was a leader who exemplified professionalism, and she was a matriarch of the Nelson Police Station. Police Commissioner Richard Chambers said at her service that Lyn's personal file was big and full of goodness. Letters of thanks from members of the community, families, children, for what she did for them in their time of need. I had the privilege of attending Lyn's funeral service in Nelson more than a week ago now, and hundreds joined together in mourning the loss of Lyn, with many others watching online to honour a truly amazing Kiwi. We heard many stories about Lyn and the incredible person that she was. I was told of her kind and caring nature and the strength of her character. Lyn was also humble despite her many great accomplishments. And most of those who paid tribute to Lyn were very quick to make the point that she would have hated all of the fuss. Hundreds of police and fire service staff lined the road in a guard of honour for her final journey, and police staff performed a heartfelt haka, the police haka, ko te uru pounamu, which speaks of harmony between the police and the public as the key to safer communities. And I'd like to extend my condolences to the entire police family. I have seen how much this has impacted you all and how you have rallied around to support each other during this very difficult time. I'd also like to send my well wishes to the other officer, Senior Sergeant Adam Ramsey, as he recovers as well. And I want to thank all of those who were first on the scene, who intervened and put themselves into harm's way, as well as the health professionals who worked to treat the officers and the bystanders who were injured. Your actions were truly heroic. Aside from her significant policing career, Lyn was remembered as a pillar of the netball community in Nelson, because for 30 years she selflessly gave and volunteered her time and energy to coaching netball at the local high schools. She had a profound influence on many of their lives that they carried far beyond the netball court, and her commitment and passion to the sport and to her girls is truly inspirational. To Lyn's community, who have lost someone so dear, I share in your sadness, and in the weeks since Lyn's passing there has been an absolute outpouring of love. From the flowers outside Nelson Police, a minute's silence at the cricket at Saxton Oval, outside police stations across the country, and a public vigil, there have been many, many moving moments. This senseless tragedy has been felt deeply by our community. And lastly, again, I want to acknowledge Lyn's immediate family, to Bryn, Raina and Aaron, Ray and Colleen, and siblings Woody, Carol and Joe. I am in awe of your strength you've shown during a time of so much hurt. Your Lyn was a truly, truly special person, loving, dedicated and selfless. And as Aaron so eloquently put it during Lyn's service, words are simply not enough. Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, you are gone, but you will never be forgotten. Ngā mihi.
The question is the motion be agreed to. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to express the Labour Party's deepest condolences to Lyn's family, to the New Zealand Police for their loss, and also send our thoughts to Senior Sergeant Adam Ramsey, who was critically injured alongside Lyn on New Year's Day. I want to endorse all of the words just spoken by the Prime Minister. A few years ago, when I became Minister of Police, I had the opportunity to interact with and meet with police from up and down New Zealand. And it struck me then just how much uncertainty hangs over our police force every day that they go to work. It's not just our police force, but it's their family who say goodbye to them every morning, or in some cases in the evening if they're on the night shift, unsure what their loved one is going to face in that day, unsure whether they will come home at night. I know the entire police force, all of their families and whānau will be feeling this loss keenly today, as always, whenever someone is injured in the service of New Zealand, and we send our thoughts to all of the New Zealand Police. Lyn's impact was immeasurable. Being a police officer is a pretty tough job. Our officers put themselves on the front line every day. They face the most dangerous of circumstances. They put themselves in harm's way to protect the safety of our whole community. The loss of a police officer is not just a loss for that family and for that community, it is a loss for all of us. It is a loss for all of New Zealand. They devote their life to serving and protecting, often sacrificing so much in the process. Their commitment and their bravery make an impact that resonates far beyond their duty. We owe them all a debt of gratitude. Lyn was not just a police officer. She went the extra mile to support her community, a mentor, a leader, even supporting those on the court, managing a junior netball team, being a mum on the sidelines. From what I've heard about Lyn, she did everything for the front line, but never put herself ahead of others. We've heard from members of the community, from families and children, on how Lyn cared very deeply for them. Their stories and memories of Lyn all reflect the same theme, her immense humility and her profound impact on so many lives. The respect that the community holds for Lyn was evident when 2,000 people came together for a candlelit vigil in the rain to honour Lyn's legacy and show their support for the local police, for Lyn's family, her friends, and I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Shelley Bishop, who organised the vigil. I want to acknowledge and thank the emergency teams and staff at Nelson Hospital who provided care to Lyn and to Adam. Lyn was loved and respected by her colleagues and community. Her contributions to both the community and our nation will always be remembered.
E te māngai.
Tamatha Paul.
Ngā mate o te tau, te marama, te wiki, te rā. Haere, haere o te atu. Kia koe Lyn, e te whaia, e te rangatira, ko koe te rā. Kua riro atu ki te pō haere. Haere, haere atu rā. On behalf of Te Pāti Kākariki, we honour Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming and express our condolences to her whānau, her friends, her colleagues, her community, and all who knew and loved her. We wanted to particularly acknowledge the first responders, including her colleagues who were with her in her final moments. Everybody should return home safe after mahi. Moi mai rā, Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming.
Mr. Speaker. Nicole McKee.
Kind and caring. Those words were repeated over and over again as tributes were paid to Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, a woman who gave 38 years and 7 months of service to her community. Those qualities drew more than 1,200 people to remember Senior Sergeant Fleming at her funeral in Nelson. A picture was painted for those who had not known her of someone who was known for her warmth, for her kindness and her approachability. Someone who took the time to connect with individuals, offering support and guidance, not just at times of crisis, but in everyday moments as well. A wife, a mother, a netball coach, the Nelson Bay's Area Response Manager for New Zealand Police. That depth of feeling from the local Nelson community was emphasised when the Reverend Dr. Graham O'Brien, the Dean of the Nelson Cathedral, spoke to media at the time of Senior Sergeant Fleming's funeral. He said there was such an outpouring that they were on their 6th condolence book, and he said this showed how important it had been for the public to feel that they could offer their support in a very tangible way to Lyn's family and the wider police family. Mr. Speaker, her legacy is one of service above self, dedicated to making the world around her better. Those who had the privilege of working alongside her or knowing her were touched by her leadership and her unwavering dedication to justice. Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming's life and work serve as a powerful reminder of the incredible impact one individual can have on the lives of many. Her contributions will be remembered with gratitude and respect, and her legacy will continue to inspire future generations of officers to follow in her footsteps with the same sense of purpose and compassion that she so beautifully embodied. Her son Aaron had a simple call to action to those wishing to honour his mother's memory. He stated that we could do this by following her example as a parent, as a police officer, a coach, a mentor, and a member of the community. By being the person she inspired us all to be, we can leave this world a better place than we found it. We shall remember Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, New Zealand Police QID, Lima Foxtrot Echo 773, whose watch ended 1 January 2025.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, as we rise to acknowledge with respect the passing of Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, I would like also to acknowledge, as the Prime Minister stated, that she would have been the last to have been seeking this much attention. Senior Sergeant Fleming demonstrated in all her actions in her career, through her role in the community, her contribution to sport and her relationship to her colleagues, what service truly means. The loss of her life gave pause to not only to Nelson, but to the whole of New Zealand and to every police officer, both serving and past members. I do not know of a police officer that cannot vividly recall where they were, what shift they were working when a colleague is lost. It is true of New Year's Day 2025. This day will be committed to many memories, as will the service, professionalism, dedication and generosity of spirit that encapsulates Senior Sergeant Fleming's life. The outpouring of respect and admiration that was evident in Nelson on the 16th of January at the police service was not just from the police, but from the entire community, because the loss was not purely to police. They had lost their daughter, a wife, a mother, a friend, a mentor, a confidant, a community leader, a coach, a teammate, a neighbour, and from that there is no words that are sufficient to reflect the sense of loss. Senior Sergeant Fleming was a fierce advocate for her colleagues and her staff, what was needed to keep them safe and protected, and she advocated continuously as part of her service ethos. My thoughts and prayers also go to Senior Sergeant Adam Ramsey, that he makes a full recovery. To Lyn's family, that they know their grief is shared, and that we were grateful as a nation to be able to share in the farewell to honour Lyn's life. Unfortunately, in September this year on Police Remembrance Day, another name will be added to the column. All those who give their lives in the service of this country are reflected, but police officers uniquely get up every day and go about interacting with communities in a manner that is only intentioned of the highest, it has only intentions of the highest standards. Senior Sergeant Fleming was the epitome of that ethos of service, and we will remember her.
Rawari Waititi.
Ai Shane, Penny, ke a kuhu atu au ki roto I te wairua Māori, roto I ngā kōrerone. Hiki nuku hiki rangi hiki na te toki hahau atu nei hoi atu rā I te wao tapu nui a tāne. Ko toki nui, ko toki roa, ko toki taru aitu, ko te toki nāwai, ko te toki no aitu atu raki na te pau, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Apakura tangi te wiwini, apakura tangi te wawana. Tangi koto ki o tānga te ki o huanga ko te tangi a te kura kāka. Ko maiki nui, ko maiki roa, ko ia huka. Ka taparere tū ki te moana, ka taparere tū ki a tangaroa. Turia te one tapu I rangi toto. Turia te tahuna tapu I ranga tatau. Turia ke utikina te puna mō tētea. Turia ke utikina te puna māragerake. Ko koko mako e ko, ko koko mako e ko. Ko te hautapu kārere ki te kai ngā matāri ki ka tapa reirei a ko ia tapa. Ka tapa konunua ko ia tapa. Ka tapa tukuna ki te kawa tapu arangi e tū nei, ke papa e takoto nei. Whāno, whāna, hala mai te toki. Haumi e, hui e, tāeki e. Ko te mate o te tamaiti, he auru kōhao. Ko tā te kōkā, he takare haia. Nō reira, e te kōkā, haere whakangaro atura. Haere kia rātau, te nui, ko whaturā I runga I te hara kōrero ko parangia e te tine e te mana. Tēnei rā te tautoko I ngā kōrero ko whakatakotoria ki bui te aroaro o tēnei whare. Tika rā, kia mihi rā, kia tangihia, kia poroporo aki tia koe I tēnei rā. Haere koe I runga I te waka o tamarereti. Ki te nui o rātou ko haongia. Ki Hawaii ki nui, ki Hawaii ki roa, ki Hawaii ki pāmama. Toru te kau, mā waru tau koe, i roto i o mai. Engari ki runga i te mato o te whenua, kāroa nei, kāroa nei, kāroa nei. Nō rere te kōkā e Lyn, tēnei rā te tautoko i ngā mihi, tēnei rā te tautoko i ngā poroporo aki, tēnei rā te tautoko i ngā tangi ki a koe i tēnei rā. Haere koe ki te taha o te kingi Māori. Haere koe ki te taha o Tariana, kia rātau ko kōrerotia e te pika i tēnei rā. Nō reira e te kōkā e Lyn, haere, haere, whakangaro atu rā.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Debbie Ngāti-Wapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. I seek leave to move a motion without notice and with debate that this House expresses its deep sorrow and aroha at the passing of Kahurangi Tariana Turia.
Leave is sought for that course of action. Is there any objection? There is none.
Tākiri ki te ata ki runga o titohia. Kia unu au i te wai o te puna e kore e mimiti. Au e te mamai e ngau kino nei i te ngākau o te iwi Māori. E kui Tariana. Te tōtara haimata te tawatawa titi, kua riro tī tapu ki te pō. Ka rere anō ngā wakaro ki te whānau Turia, e noho tunu anu i te kapua pauri. Te mokopuna o tō tātou kui rawa ko koro. E hoki mai ana ki tōna whenua, tauri kura, i tēnei wā, hoki atu rā koe. Ki tō nan, rawa ko koro, e whanga ana mau i tama. I think today of our little boy, of her little boy with a mighty name and a mighty game, who has made his way to his nan. And the honour that we have today to, and thank you, to be able to mihi tū whaia Tariana. She was an extraordinary wahine, not just as a politician, but as a whaia who would often pick up those who were born with fire in their bellies and didn't know what to do with it. Her life's work was driven by her unwavering belief that every whānau in Aotearoa had their own solutions, were self-determining, and had the power of communities behind them. She was a trailblazer, and we heard that for 3 or 4 days as we were sitting there at her tangi. Her advocacy transformed the lives of many. And there are much more articulate, better speakers and politicians who are much older than me who can do the credit to all the mahi that she did. Her service to her iwi, to Māori, to her communities was unprecedented. She had unprecedented firsts and a commitment that spanned 5 decades. At a real personal level, Whaia Tariana was truly a wahine rangatira. She knew how to weave us all together. And I think about when she crossed the floor, and she had been involved in our lives in South Taranaki for quite some time. And I keep thinking about how lost and lonely, extremely uncomfortable it was for her. And this house has that effect on us. And how she held to her wakapono, how she held to her integrity. And despite being so uncomfortable, she did indeed cross that floor. Behind the scenes while that was going on, and this is what I'd like to talk about at a personal level, she came to see us all, young and old. She got around the motu and she called us and gathered us wherever we were, and she asked our opinion if we thought that she should cross the floor for the kaupapa, which at the time was the foreshore and seabed. There wasn't one person in all the kaupapa, and we were following her, that didn't agree that I was around anyway. The biggest honour was not only being part of those kōrero, but actually understanding where she was going with that and her absolute total conviction. Some of the things that I'd like to share with you at a personal level is not only how she brought us all into that kōrero, and it's also the way that she was able to articulate things that we were too scared to at the time. So you've got this educated, again, fire in the belly, rangatahi, and I was rangatahi at the time, lost trying to understand why is it that we're struggling to articulate how we feel. And I know it upset many, but when she articulated from the Taranaki Tribunal report that Taranaki had endured a Holocaust, and I know it is really deeply disrespectful for some, for me personally it was liberating, because I didn't understand what had happened to us. So she started to help us unravel and understand who we were and what reconciliation needed to be. These things that via Tariana, she absolutely would not let the Pāti die. And some of us were needing to do other things. We weren't necessarily planning on coming to be politicians and help bring her movement back to life. In 2017 to 2020, she would not let us rest. And at her tangi, we got to meet some of the other wahine who she was also like that with. And I'd like to mention Nancy Tuani, Melody Tapatu, Piri Crib, the survivors, Helen Lee, and they called themselves survivors because they managed to last with her. And so apparently that was a stamina resilience test in the first place. I love the way that she not only helped us as young people to understand who we were, but she also made sure we never forgot everyone else. And at times, I think sometimes we get in this place and we show our teeth too much, and it looks like we don't have a balanced view. But actually, she did radical things like cross the floor, but she also made sure we remembered to love everyone. I'm not as eloquent as Helen Lay was in her eulogy. I struggle to put 3 or 4 syllables together in one word. I think that's actually a mere Ngāwari problem. But one of the things I do want to share is the way she held my mum's hand on campaign nights when we weren't sure if we were going to get in. And I know you all understand the risks we take when we campaign out there. The way she assured my mum, who is disabled and extremely precious to us. The way she could growl without a single word. The way that when we were at the hikoi, the recent one, and we went to take her to her car, the ocean of, well, people parted like an ocean. And it was a profound impact of her mana. And I was really humbled to sit back and watch that as we were navigating her through everyone, and to see all the ages, all the stages, and all the cultures that respected and understood the mana of our wahine. Her children also were with her. Her son taught our children and our son and husband how to do billboards. Her daughter showed us how to plan. Her son looks after our iwi. She took with her a whole village. Her legacy that she leaves as she rests shows the garden thriving not only in Wanganui and Whangaiu, but also in her movement. And while we may not be the same era, make no mistake, we never forget what it is and who she was for us. Her awa quickly navigated her from Pakaitore to Parihaka. I've never seen it move so fast. And quickly she was taken to Whangaihu as they patiently let the motu mourn her. We knew that she was a pioneer for Uncle George. And if anybody knows her, wherever she was, he was. She always reminded us, and she continued to live and share with us, real family. She had a real family. So she never made us think we couldn't be here if we had real families, with real life issues, with real whānau issues. And one of the things that I will really dearly remember preciously about Whaia Tariana is that she made sure she never forgot her husband and her kids and her mokopuna. As we all come back here and we leave them and we get back in here, and I promise this year I'll try, Chris Bishop, I promise not to show my teeth so much, but we growl and we come in here and we get grumpy, and we sort of, we get to a point where we don't behave like we would with our whānau if we were growling normally at home. One of the things that I want to do is remind ourselves as the year starts in the legacy of Whaia Tariana to never forget your partners, to look after your tamariki, to make time for your mokopuna, because 18 years here,
all the kōrero that we heard on her Poroporoaki night was the undying love of her mokopuna. And I think that's the precious part that I'd leave for whai Tariana. Nō reira, ai e te whaia, a hoa atu rā koe, moi mai rā i tō moi ngā roa. We will miss you, we will love you, we will honour you, and we will look after your whānau. Kia ora rā.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Tama Potaka.
E te rangatira e te kaiwhakaare o te whare tēnā koe. Tō tātou kahurangi mārei kura ahorangi rangatira whanaunga Tariana. Haere rā i te rā o te waru ki te rārangi te pairu ki te rangi. Kōrua tahi ko tau mokopuna a Pākai Tore. Ānā kua hoki atu ki te taha i tō hoa rangatira tō mākau a George a Hori. Rere atu ki tua o mere tuahiahi ki tua o whiti kaupeka i te wā o puanga o Matariki ki tua o Pohutukawa. We will remember kahurangi Tariana Turia, Auntie Tari, for her legacy of whānau over politics, a dedicated leader who did so much for the betterment of Māori and all New Zealanders. For those of us, lucky ones, from Te Kāhui Maunga and Te Kāhui Tupua, people of Taranaki, Wanganui, Ruapehu and Rangitike, we knew of Auntie and Uncle as rangatira before she arrived in this fine house. Programs like PEP and Maxess, Whangauhu Marae, and of course one of her crowning legacies, Te Oranga Nui, dedicate and exemplify her contribution to the social fabric and the whakapapa fabric of our rohe, a pillar of Aotearoa New Zealand's political and social landscape and whānau landscape, sadly passing away recently at the ripe age of 80. Her deep aroha for others and an extraordinary ability to relate to people of all shapes, sizes, different walks of life made her an inspiring and effective leader. And of course, a defining moment in her career, as mentioned earlier, came in 2004 when she, along with Matuata Peter Sharples, Matua Whatarangi, and a whole host of hoia came together to establish the Māori Party, Te Māori Pāti, Te Pāti Māori. This bold move was driven, in my view, by an unwavering commitment to iwi and Māori responsibilities, rights, and indeed tino rangatiratanga around the takutai moana and many other kaupapa, later progressed through her mahitahi, who worked together with the Honourable Chris Finlayson. In 2008, Te Pāti Māori entered into a cooperation agreement with our national party. And while maintaining its toka tumuana and independent stance, the parties worked together to create policies that would benefit Māori and indeed all New Zealanders, especially through whānau ora. Whānau ora, in my view, became one of Auntie's greatest achievements. Under her leadership as Minister, it reimagined kāwanatanga by putting whānau and the well-being of whānau at the heart of decision-making. A policy born out of the belief that whānau, not government bureaucracy, should have the power to shape our own futures. Whaia Tariana set a great course for this waka, and thanks to her leadership, subsequent ministers from across the spectrum of this whare will inherit the navigation of its continued journey. I had the privilege of recently travelling with Matua Kiritopa Luxon, the Prime Minister, to pay our respects alongside many other leaders within this whare and indeed leaders throughout the country at the uhunga for Whaia Tariana, the tangihanga. It was evident that her ability to work across political lines was etched in her life's resume. While fiercely loyal to Te Pāti Māori, iwi, hapu and whānau, she understood that collaboration was key to bringing about meaningful change without compromising our values. Her focus always on outcomes for whānau and not party politics, on tikanga and not pukamata. Whaia Tariana had the rare ability to bridge different political hues of the political rainbow and bring people together for the greater good. Her wairua was central to her political momentum, particularly with policies and programs like whānau ora. Whaia Tariana's relationships with the National Party and indeed with many of us in this fine house today and prior to was based on mutual respect, whanaungatanga, whakapapa and manaakitanga, She understood that real change required pragmatism, and her mahi showed that the needs of whānau could transcend party politics. Action, in my view, for her was more important than speculation and media grabs. Her legacy is in the belief in the power of collaboration, or as my colleague, the member for Hauraki Waikato, will reflect, mahitahi, as we describe it in Waikato. Her legacy is her commitment to the service of others. Moi mai rā I te whaia koutou ko matua hori, ko pākai tore, e mihi ana ki tō tātou rangatakapu. Your mahi and your vision for the betterment of iwi, Māori and all New Zealanders will continue with us well beyond our mokopuna, into the moko and beyond. Mauri ora kia tātou.
Right Honourable Adrian Ruafe.
Korore hareruia ki a koe I hoa ngā mano. Tua uri whai o yo ki tonu te rangi me te whenua, te nui o tau kororea, a tihei Māori ora. Kei te mihi atu anō I te āwatanga ki o tātou tini mate. Rātou katoa, inga mai nā puta no ngā mautere nei tai atu ki te kahurangi nei a Dame Tariana Turia. Tai atu anō hoki ki tōna mokopuna a Pākaitoria. Ko reira, koutou ngā mate hoki wairua atu ki te ringa kaha o I hoa ngā mano. Ko reira, te maanga e tautoko mai, aia nei, ake nei, ai. Kia tātou ngā kano I ora e te maanga o te hare tēnā koe, kia koutou katoa tēnā koutou. I was actually one of the survivors that Debbie Ngāre Wapeka spoke about. I worked for Tariana from 2002 to 2005. I tell people that I lasted 3 elections, though. There was 2 general elections and a by-election, and it felt like 9 years. But I wanted to share a few personal insights into as the Honourable Tama Pōtaka said, everyone at home called Auntie Tari. And I was no different. And I got to, as Debbie Ngāre Wapeka spoke about her travelling around, I got to drive her sometimes, quite often actually. And some of the more funny things, she wasn't a very good navigator. And Uncle George used to tell him, don't let her tell you where to go, which turns to take, she'll get you lost. And she did. But she did not get our iwi lost, she did not get our hapu lost, and she did not get her whānau lost. Never. I'm not going to repeat what members have already said, but to endorse, that is absolutely how she was. Whānau always came first. And she managed to have a career here in Wellington, in this house. Think about it, she was the only Te Pāti Māori MP from 2004. She spoke on every single government bill. She never missed a vote. And she attended select committees. And she also managed to get back home for every tangi that was at Whangaihu Marae. How she did it was through the support of both her staff and, in particular, Uncle George and her whānau. She had the ability, she was really well read. She always read. And her intellect was that she could handle anyone on any topic, just about. And I really appreciate the fact that she was able to give us the language to address some really complex issues that our whānau were facing and still are. And we still quote her today. And she had this vision for the future of whānau. We're not there yet. This country is not yet. I don't think this country is quite ready for what she had in mind. If members go back to what she was saying in 2004 around whānau order, what the whānau order that we've got today, great government policy, great kaupapa, but it's not quite the version that she had anticipated or wanted. But I believe she's set the foundations for that legacy for the future to actually achieve what she saw as the vision for whānau ora. And it was really about, she didn't want our families to be having social workers and community workers all parked in the driveway, you know, dealing with what was wrong with them. She had this absolute faith that whānau, we should be talking about and encouraging them and supporting them in the things that they wanted to do, because she really believed that they had the answers, as Debbie Ngarewa Peka stated, to all of the issues that they were facing. But that needs a partnership arrangement with all of the rest of Aotearoa. And that isn't quite what we've got now. So for those of you or us that want to remember her into the future, I just say that the way to do that is actually to make that legacy a reality, the way that she had envisioned. Right now, the people at Whangai, I live in Whangaihu as well. And right now I know they're gathering at Whangaihu Marae because of another sadness that has come onto the whānau. And so, you know, my aroha goes out to the Turia whānau, to Pāhia and Tāmala, the Chambers whānau, Dave and Arlene, and all of the tamariki and mokopuna who will be gathering, waiting for their boy to come home. I think I'll leave it there. This isn't the speech that I wrote, but this is the one I really wanted to give. So I just want to thank the House for allowing this debate today. If you want to hear some of the most magnificent kōrero at a tangi, go online and hear some of the speeches that were made at Tariana's tangi, because we had the greatest of orators of Aotearoa there, and you will hear everything about her in a much better way than I'd be able to say it. However, koe nā aku kōrero mō tēnei wā, nō reira e ngā mate maho o te wā, hoki wairu atu ki a rātou mā, e oki e moi.
Chloe Walker.
Moi mai rā e te rangatira. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand to stand and to acknowledge the passing of a mighty tōtara who has fallen. Mr. Speaker, Kahurangi Tariana Turia was a force of nature, and I want to acknowledge her loss and send our aroha to her whānau, to te Pāti Māori, to her community, to her iwi, to her hapu, and to everybody who is feeling that loss across Aotearoa, New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, from what I know of her, and I think it was abundantly apparent to anybody who had any proximity to Kahurangi Tariana Turia, it was her extraordinary, deep integrity and intellect, and a deep calmness that came to the way that she did her job and the way that she spoke and held space. From what I know and what I've heard from some members of our caucus who had the opportunity to work with her and to be in kōrero with her, she was stern at times, but deeply loving, quick with wit and with a huge, big, loving heart. And Mr. Speaker, from what I know and what I have seen of her legacy, which I want to acknowledge other members have touched upon as something that we need to consistently honour and build upon, I think the thing that resonates the most for me is how she saw so profoundly how everything was connected and how we as people cannot be removed from our context. She understood that the health of our lungs was related to and could be not removed from the health of the air around us and the mahi that she did on Smoke Free. She understood that the well-being of people is deeply connected to the context that we are within our whānau and within our communities, and the mahi that she did on whānau ora. She understood that the health of our awa, of our rivers, is deeply connected to the health of the whenua and of the people as well. And obviously she demonstrated that amply in her mahi in the restoring and in being the matriarch of the Whanganui River. Mr. Speaker, we know that she took deep wisdom into spaces of power and of influence. And I just wanted to acknowledge that when we, as a caucus, made our way through Whanganui on the way to the marae for the tangi, that we felt compelled to go and visit and touch the river. Again, just another example of how all of these things are connected and some things bigger than what we find words to explain. Mr. Speaker, ko au te awa, ko te awa, ko au. I am the river and the river is me. Moi mai rā I te rangatira.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of ACT to join with other speakers in paying tribute to Dame Tariana Turia. Dame Tariana was a very special person and also a very special kind of politician. In fact, one who practiced the kindness, the politics of kindness, before it was cool. One who stood on principle and backed it up with bravery to cross the floor and leave her party on a crucial piece of legislation of that day. I'm proud to say, as Sir Michael Cullen noted at the time, ACT was the only party that stood consistently with that position in favour of the rule of law at that time. In fact, we often found common cause. Shortly after Dame Tariana's passing, I received a message reminding me that it was because of Dame Tariana's advocacy in the background that while we were in government, our two parties, for 9 years, we were able to bring about and sustain partnership schools Kura Horua because of Dame Tariana's advocacy. She later went on to join the board of E Tipu I Rea, the support agency at that time for Kura Horua. Her policy of whānau ora, I always believed, really was tino rangatiratanga in action, self-determination for all people who wished to chart their destiny and live as they would choose to live. And E Tipu I Rea, I'm sure many members will know, means to grow strong little shoot. And I'm very proud as we mark Dame Tariana's passing. Many of us will remember her in different ways. Some of us knew her very well, others, like me, only distantly. But nevertheless, as we see Kura Horua, new ones opening up and down New Zealand this week, that is one of the ways that I remember her. Grow strong, little shoot, and haere rā, Dame Tariana.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those that opinion will say aye. The contrary, the ayes have it. Call on
Mr. Speaker.
the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Prime Minister's statement.
That statement is, the question is, sorry, that's good. That paper is published under the authority of the House.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I move that this House express its confidence in the government and commend its programme for 2025 as set out in the Prime Minister's statement. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say it is great to be back because this government has roared out of the blocks with a massive focus on going for economic growth to make Kiwis better off. And we have refreshed our fantastic team to underline growth as the priority. We're setting up a one-stop shop for foreign direct investment to get better infrastructure built much faster. And we've kicked off the biggest reforms in the science sector for 30 years, so our world-class research earns much more money for our country and for those who make those groundbreaking discoveries. Mr. Speaker, this year is all about unleashing our economy, and we have already started by signing a free trade agreement with the UAE. an agreement that was delivered in just 4 months after talks began, New Zealand's fastest ever trade negotiation. And I want to tell you what that means for Kiwis, because what it means is that duties on 98.5% of exports to the UAE are gone, and that is a fantastic result for businesses all across this great country of ours. And I want to say Todd McClay is out there on those planes getting the deals done, and that's why I call him Trade McClay, and I think it's going to be a name that will absolutely stick. But we are going to be ruthlessly pursuing trade and investment, because more of those opportunities is better for businesses. It means more jobs, it means higher incomes, it means a stronger economy to pay for health and education, and we are making progress, Mr. Speaker. Wages are now growing faster than inflation, and cost pressures like the Auckland Regional Fuel Tax have now been removed from the system. Interest rates are falling, and the Reserve Bank is forecasting more relief on the way very, very shortly. And we delivered tax relief, Mr. Speaker, last year, and that means that Kiwis are keeping more of their money for the first time in 14 long years, Mr. Speaker. So our steps now are to be going for growth to build the long-term prosperity that ensures that our kids see a future here in New Zealand. And Mr. Speaker, I recently spoke about the need to end the culture of saying no when it comes to economic growth, because Kiwis want to build and they want to grow and they want to innovate, and all too often they're actually told no. So let's talk about fast track, Mr. Speaker, because applications for 149 projects from Kaikoai to Stewart Island open next week. And among those projects are some exciting new renewable energy schemes to give us the electricity that we need that will be affordable and abundant. And there is tens of thousands of houses that are going to give young Kiwis a chance to get a home. And in there, and yes, there are mines and there are quarries so that we create jobs in provincial New Zealand and help the clean transition take place. And I'm proud to say that there are 49 of those projects that are in the South Island. That's because on this side of the House, we understand how important the South Island is, and that's why we've appointed an awesome new Minister for the South Island in James Meagher. Now, Mr. Speaker, the absolutely tragic thing is that every single member of the opposition parties voted against those fast-track projects, right? They voted against creating opportunities for Kiwis. Labor, they voted against jobs and housing. The Greens, they voted against wind and solar farms. And to Pāti Māori, they voted against iwi being able to develop their own land. So, Mr. Speaker, I've got to say, the members opposite, they remind me of a cat. You know, a cat pouring at the ranch slider, yowling away, trying to get in, and then you open the door and they don't move. They refuse to come in. That's what they are, the MPs opposite. Got to say, we are a coalition on this side, they're a no-alition on that side. That's what they're about. They're all about no, we're all about yes on this side. So, Mr. Speaker, we must develop a mindset that says yes to things that are going to make Kiwis better off. And you'll know, as part of that last week, I expressed my view on removing the limits around concerts at Eden Park. I think they should be abolished. What was interesting is the Labour leader, Helen Clark, actually the former Labour leader, was not happy with me, and that just illustrated how we've got a hall monitor mindset happening within the Labour Party right now, because let's be clear about it, Labour is the party of no. Yep. What did Labour say to tax relief for working New Zealanders? No. What did Labour say about gene technology and backing farmers and climate change and health? They said no. And what did they say about fast track? Every single project they said no. And now it seems it's actually no for more concerts. It's no to more concerts now. It's no to more customers. It's no to more people in bars and restaurants and in taxis. There's no to things that are creating a vibrant and growing economy. Every single one of them just not on board with it. So my real challenge to Chris Hipkins is, can you please reject your boss's view and back more concerts for Kiwis? And Mr. Speaker, while we have been back at work for weeks pushing through changes to make Kiwis so much better off, Chris Hipkins is barely out of his jandals. We'd signed a trade deal before he'd even grabbed the work shirt out of the laundry basket. And Mr Speaker, I do want to commend, though, however, Chris Hipkins for one thing. His resistance to returning to work has showcased that anyone, in fact anyone, even a leader of the opposition, can be a digital nomad. And on digital nomads, can I say what a great announcement from the government yesterday. Fantastic announcement. A common sense change that's going to mean we're going to open up for more business and more tourists and more money being spent on our cafes and our restaurants and our shops, and all of that is practical, common sense, great changes, and all part of our plan to grow the economy. But what do we hear? We heard a rather muddled response from the Labour Party, bizarrely saying that the bigger economic priority should be letting more public servants work from home. Quite something. But actually, I think there's quite a good idea in there because, bizarrely, looking at what Labour's saying no to everything, the country's productivity would actually be improved if the members opposite did just stay at home. I encourage them to do that. And Mr Speaker, what I'd say is when Labour woke from their slumber last week for their caucus retreat, Chris Hipkins, he told the media, he said this, look, it's just been a year of reflection, a reflection tour, just going around talking about and apologising for not delivering Kiwi Build or light rail or frankly anything. But I think all this talk about Eden Park concerts has got in his head because he got it a bit mixed up because people wanted the Eras tour. What they didn't want was the tour that he was proposing, Eras, E-R-R-O-R-S. That's not what they wanted. But there was some very good news for Labour. They've decided to take a new approach, and from now on they're just going to talk about the policies that they can deliver. And we haven't heard a single policy from Labour because they can't deliver anything. So, Mr Speaker, we need to end the culture of no, we need to end the culture of slow, and we need to be able to also move on increasing speed limits. And we need to let Kiwis get to where they need to get to faster so they're much more productive. And what does Labour say to speeding Kiwis up? They say no to speed limits as well. No, no, no. In fact, when Kieran McAnulty was the Minister, he asked the NZTA to review the speed limits in the Wairarapa, and they came back to him and they said no. Well, I've got to say to Kieran, watch this space, son, because we've got some great ministers in Chris Bishop and Simeon Brown, and also in a great local MP in Mike Butterick, and watch this space because we can do something about speed limits. But, Mr Speaker, what I'd say is, on this side of the House, we've got some passionate MPs fighting for our folk in the cities, whether it's Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch, representing all that diverse, different communities. We've got MPs in provincial New Zealand, whether it's in Northland, Waikato, the Bay of Islands, East Coast, Taranaki, Manawatu, the West Coast, Canterbury, Otago and Southland, and they are saying yes to farming, and they're saying yes to trade, and they're saying yes to economic growth in 2025 in the regions. Now, Mr Speaker, just over a year ago, this government was elected with a very clear mandate to change course and to get New Zealand back on track. And we inherited a broken economy, we inherited a cost of living crisis, violent crime was up, retailers were being smashed by daily ram raids, remember those? Every single day was going on, and gangs were taking over our towns. The education system was failing way too many children, and the health system was reeling from a restructure that was botched and absolutely failed. And we have taken tough decisions because these are tough times, Mr Speaker. So we are actually making sure that we are backing Kiwis who have a mortgage or a small business and a great idea and they're desperate to crack into it. We're going to be saying yes to those people, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, the good news is that change is already happening. Actually, when you think about what was achieved in the last year, we had fast track, we had tax relief, we stopped the wasteful spending, we had RMA reform, we had new roads, we had structured literacy and maths, we had gene tech, we're backing the police with the gang law changes that we've had. We've stopped the ram raids, we're actually restoring consequences for crime. Novel idea, very important. We've got record new investment in health, $17 billion extra going in, 26 new cancer treatments, an hour a day each of reading, writing and maths, and we've got reduced emergency housing, something we should be really proud about after one of the biggest failed policies from the Labour government. New trade deals, we're backing the farmers, we've got family boosts, we're making foreign investment easier, and we're keeping councils focused on the basics rather than rate rises. So we are just getting started, Mr Speaker. And absolutely core to our plan in 2025 is unleashing economic growth, because a growing economy means what? It means higher incomes, it means more jobs, it means that our kids won't look overseas for opportunities, but we'll see that the future sits right here in New Zealand, Mr Speaker. A growing economy means more money to invest in public services like hospitals or health, and it means if you work hard and you're prepared to work hard, you can get ahead in this great country of ours. So we say a big yes. We say a big yes to New Zealand businesses, big and small, that they thrive and they make a profit and they pay higher wages and they hire more people and they invest in more growth, because that's what it's all about, growth. And it's awesome we've got Nicola Willis leading our economic growth plan, because we've got a plan to make it happen, and that's what 2025 will be all about. Growth trumps everything. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 24, we delivered a fiscally responsible plan that reined in the wasteful spending, provided the income tax relief to working New Zealanders, and set up the conditions for future growth. We delivered Family Boost to help those working New Zealanders with their early childcare costs. We froze the fuel tax increases that were planned for 3 years to give people more relief at the pump. And we made progress, Mr. Speaker, on breaking the cost of living crisis. And we found a way to deliver $17 billion extra into the healthcare sector, a multi-year boost for health, $17 billion extra dollars. And in May, we're going to deliver our second budget, and I'm telling you, it's going to build on those strong foundations, and we're going to continue to drive economic growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government is making it easier and cheaper, as you'll see in this fantastic Prime Minister's statement, to build infrastructure, housing and transport projects. And I've got to tell you, Fast Track is just the beginning, because the real prize is actually fixing our broken Resource Management Act. And so this year, we won't debate and discuss it and have endless hooey and discussion. We're going to fix it and replace it with a system that's fairer, faster and cheaper, Mr. Speaker. That's why Chris Bishop created the National Infrastructure Agency, to unlock the investment that we're going to need for roads and hospitals and schools and energy projects. And that's actually what we're going to do, make sure we get investor cash flowing through into the projects that we desperately want to power up into this country. And we're going to have a 30-year infrastructure plan, and we seriously hope that the other side actually come on board and make it a truly bipartisan 30-year infrastructure plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, in housing, our Going for Housing growth plan is removing barriers. They're enjoying it, aren't they? Are they enjoying it? Because what's funny, you have 6 years in power, the last 3 with an absolute majority, and you do absolutely nothing. And then you get buyer's regret on the other side, don't you? You're looking over going, jeepers, we could have done some stuff, instead of just talking about doing some stuff. So what I'd say, Mr. Speaker, is we are very determined to get infrastructure built, but we're going to do something about housing, because that was a failure of the Labor government over 6 years as well, wasn't it? We're removing the barriers for development. We're going to allow cities to expand. We're going to boost housing density, and we're going to cut the unnecessary red tape that exists. And councils are going to be required to plan for 30 years of growth, so we're not constantly playing catch up as was proposed by the other side. We're making it more affordable to remove the barriers for overseas construction materials, and we're expanding self-certification for tradies. Thank you very much, Minister Pink. Now, Mr. Speaker, in transport, we are making record investments to prove how people move themselves and their goods all around this great country. And over the next 3 years, we're investing $33 billion into our transport network, which includes 17 roads of national significance, right? And isn't that phenomenal to see that in 12 months, we've already kicked off the Hawke's Bay Expressway, which I know Katie Nimmin and Catherine Wedd are greatly appreciative of. But, Mr. Speaker, farmers and rural communities, they are the backbones of our economy, and they were treated like villains under that last Labor government, absolute villains. Well, they are deeply, deeply valued by us in this government. We're easing the burdens by introducing practical rules for on-farm water storage, winter grazing and stock exclusion, halving the ETS charges for forest owners, pausing the freshwater farm plans, and we scrapped what? That very, very unfair ute tax. That is long, dim, distant memory, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to continue to proudly back our farmers and rural communities to earn the export dollars that actually power up New Zealand and enable us to make a difference as a result. But that means farmers need to receive RMA reform, because we want them spending more time milking cows than actually filling out forms and asking for permission from someone. We want them actually doing the farming, which is what they need to do, not 35% of their week tied up in filling out paperwork, Mr. Speaker. And we also know that tourism has a fantastic role to play. What a fantastic industry. Amazing industry, right? only at 86% of pre-COVID levels, and we still get whittering from the other side saying, oh, we don't want to bring tourists into New Zealand. Yes, we do. We don't have the luxury to turn off growth after 3 years of recession that Labor created. And Mr Speaker, the second priority for us after rebuilding the economy and getting growth into the place and going for growth is actually restoring law and order. Because I tell you, Kiwis deserve to feel safe, and they're feeling safer within 12 months of this new government. Absolutely, they're feeling it. We've got two big targets. We want 20,000 fewer victims of violent crime, and we want youth offending cut by 15%, and we're making some good progress there. We are going to reform sentencing laws to ensure that there are real consequences for crime and to keep those violent offenders off our street. Because for too long, they've been allowed to do whatever they want. We are capping those sentencing discounts. We're going to cap them. We're going to tighten the rules on repeat offenders. And we're going to prioritise the victim's interests and reinstate 3 strikes, Mr Speaker. So it is going to be more work to do to restore law and order in New Zealand. We're going to progress the Crimes Act amendments to increase penalties for criminals who attack first responders. Great idea. Fantastic idea. And a new law to address stalking, while reforms will be progressed to speed up jury trials and also to expand remote participation for faster access to justice. And Mr Speaker, didn't we do well taking it to gangs last year, and there's more to come? Because you can't have 1/4 of the population driving 20% of the violent crime in this country, and man, those gang laws and the police's response to it has been absolutely outstanding. And I bet you they wish deep down, I wish they thought they'd done something on law and order. Apparently they're going to be focused on law and order in the economy this year, but goodness knows, we'll see what happens. Now, Mr Speaker, what I would just say is we also need to work on serious youth offending. And we've got to make sure that we actually, serious and persistent offending actually is dealt with, and it's actually got to be trending in the right direction, and we want to see 15% less serious young offenders. Now, Mr Speaker, we've got a lot of work ahead of us with respect to health and education, because we actually have amazing doctors and nurses. They do an outstanding job. Just to give you a feel for it, in the last year, 700,000 first specialist appointments happened. There were 200,000 elective surgeries that took place, and today there's 50,000 Kiwis getting in to see their GP. So we have amazing people, but we need to do a much better job, and I know Simeon Brown knows that we need to do a better job too. So they get the care that they actually need. And that's why we put another $17 billion. Did I reference that? $17 billion into health, because this is the government that cares about the healthcare system and the people that work in it, and we're shifting the focus from the back office to the front line. And Mr Speaker, what I'd also say is that we care about education because we want kids to get an outstanding start to life in New Zealand. That means they've got to get to school. They've actually got to make sure we teach them to read, and we actually teach them to do some mathematics. And all of Erica Stanford's incredible hard work comes to life this year, because students and teachers and classrooms up and down New Zealand are getting some amazing resources to kick off the school year. And actually that's what parents want to know, that their kids are going to get delivery and they're going to have a great future with more resources, more quality training for our teachers, a brand new national curriculum, fantastic, grounded in mastering the basics, reading and mathematics. And that means more skills, more jobs, more talent, and much more investment ultimately coming into New Zealand. Well, Mr Speaker, let me say, 1 year ago, I promised that this would be a government of action, one that takes on the big challenges facing our country and actually delivers. And we committed to making some tough choices to rebuild the economy, to restore law and order, and to improve our public services. And a year on, I have to say I am incredibly proud of the progress that we have made, but we know that there is still so much more for us to do to realise all the great potential that sits in this great country of ours. And Mr Speaker, what I'd say is this is going to be a government that's going to continue to deliver the change that New Zealand needs, because it's not just enough to get us back to normal. We actually have an opportunity to be so much better and to realise more of the potential that sits in this great country. Mr Speaker, I want Kiwi kids to know that New Zealand is where the opportunities are, not the UK or Australia. I want our farmers to know that we back them, that they're deeply valued, they're not villains. I want our Kiwi businesses to know we want them thriving, and I want Kiwi families to know that if you work hard, you can get ahead in the best country on planet Earth. So, Mr Speaker, 2025 will be another massive year for this government. Our team are going to do everything it takes to unleash economic growth, innovation and investment, and with that, we can't wait to get stuck in.
Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, I move that all the words after that be deleted and replaced with "This House has no confidence in this coalition government because under its incompetent, arrogant, shambolic and divisive leadership, New Zealand is going backwards, Kiwis are losing their jobs, record numbers are leaving the country and their priorities are wrong and out of touch." Mr Speaker, Kiwis looking for some hope from the Prime Minister at the beginning of this year would be disappointed by that contribution. If that is the best the government has to offer, it's going to be a very long year for the National Party backbench. As evidenced by the fact that you could see them pulling out their phones after only a few minutes and frantically dusting up their CVs. The fact that they've given up already, Mr Speaker, is a real warning sign for this government. But New Zealanders were looking for more. A realisation from this government that despite all the big talk last year, it's still getting harder for New Zealand families. It's still getting harder for New Zealand businesses. An acknowledgement from this government that they have driven New Zealand into the worst economic recession since 1991 might have been a good place to start. An acknowledgement that the deepest cuts to government spending since 1991 made that situation so much worse than it needed to be would also have been a good place to start. New Zealanders were looking for the government to finally step up and take responsibility for their own actions and the consequences of them, but they would have been disappointed by that. Because the government won't take responsibility for the choices that it has been making. All governments have choices, and this government has been making the wrong ones. $2.9 billion in tax cuts for landlords because they promised rents were going to go down. What's happened? Rents have continued to go up under this government. $200 million in tax cuts for tobacco companies while our health system descends further into crisis. $14 billion in tax cuts the country simply could not afford. Slashing affordable water reforms leading to record rates increases up and down the country. Underfunding sectors like early childhood education, which sees parents paying higher fees every week to send their kids into ECE. Scaling back and stopping new public house builds. What's resulted in that? Builders, plumbers, electricians and tradies losing their jobs at a time when we desperately need more houses to be built in New Zealand. Pausing and cancelling major infrastructure projects, which means some of our most skilled workers have given up already and left the country. Record numbers giving up and leaving the country is one of the early legacies of this government. All governments have choices, this government's making the wrong ones. A government that promised to get New Zealand back on track has derailed the New Zealand economy. And you don't just have to take my word for that. Look at the HSBC's estimates that said New Zealand's economy had the largest contraction in GDP last year in the world. The economists that previously called us the rock star economy have pointed out we took the biggest hit in the world in 2024. Forget the rock star economy. Nicola Willis is aiming for rock bottom, Mr. Speaker. Businesses can see that the government has derailed the economy. According to the Reserve Bank, who suddenly the government want to claim all the credit for, business investment will be lower at the end of this year than at the end of our last Labor government. That is the early legacy of this national government. We see businesses every week going to the wall as company liquidations continue to go through the roof. companies that survived COVID can't survive national. That is what this government are doing for the New Zealand economy. And Kiwis are just getting more hollow words and rhetoric from this government. No real action on power prices, on groceries, on rates, or on transport costs. In the real world, that's the world where people who aren't wealthy and sorted continue to face prices that climb, insurance that goes up, rates that are increasing, energy bills increasing, transport costs increasing. Kiwis are struggling, and this government is busy telling them it's all okay, it's getting better, when those New Zealanders know it's not getting better, it's getting harder. And all they're getting from the Prime Minister is more words. He's like a walking Dale Carnegie seminar, Mr. Speaker. He spent the last year talking about the cost of living crisis. New Zealanders are still waiting for the fix. He spent the last year talking about growing the economy, and all he did was prove that talking about growing the economy doesn't actually grow the economy. New Zealanders want to see that this government has a plan, and so far this government has proven they don't have one. Mr. Speaker, Christopher Luxon does have a good idea. He's decided that the person who drove the New Zealand economy into the deepest recession in nearly 35 years should be tasked with economic growth. The person who made everything so much worse for New Zealanders is apparently Christopher Luxon's magical solution to New Zealand's lack of economic growth. What she doesn't realise, and what Christopher Luxon doesn't realise, is that Nicola Willis's austerity agenda is utterly incompatible with raising living standards for all New Zealanders. Because it's not just about growing the economy, but what we grow and how we grow it actually matters as well. And that's a discussion this government aren't willing to have, because this is the most hard-right neoliberal government New Zealand has seen in a generation. They are following the typical right-wing playbook. Defund public services so that they struggle. Defund public services so that they are destabilised and New Zealanders get dissatisfied. And we know what comes next: privatisation. Because that is what they have done for the last 40 years, and that is exactly the playbook that we are seeing now. Underfund public services, run them into the ground, cut them and hock them off. That is what this government wants to do. How did that work for the railways? When they sold it off, it got assets stripped by its private owners, and the taxpayers ended up having to buy it back and bail it out. How did that work with the power companies? Well, if you're a shareholder in the power companies, pretty well, actually, because they are gouging New Zealand consumers every day gouging New Zealand consumers under the privatised model introduced by the last national government, who said that more competition would lead to lower power prices. How's that working out for New Zealanders so far now? And they are now promising more of the same. How about the botched transmission gully public-private partnership, which ultimately meant the private sector took all the money and the public covered all of the risk in the transmission gully supposed public-private partnership? Instead, all we get from Christopher Luxon is more hollow words. No real action on dealing with the lack of competition in New Zealand. Here's some news for those members opposite. Competitive free markets require rules. Cutting red tape, cutting regulation actually helps the monopolies. It doesn't help everyday New Zealanders. When they talk about cutting red tape, they're actually talking about cutting protection for consumers. They're actually talking about making it easier for the monopolies to gouge consumers more rather than protecting everyday New Zealand consumers. And instead, we're now seeing, once again, that tired old rhetoric from the right about privatising assets. Now, I remember, and our hospitals, of course, are first in the firing line. I remember back in the 1990s going to hospital with a member of my own family, and before we could even get through the door, they had to write out a cheque for the care that was about to be delivered, because the National Party decided a privatised user pays model was going to be more efficient. How did that work out? We on this side of the House believe that your access to healthcare should not be determined by how wealthy you are, which is the view on the other side of the House. Whether you live or die should not be determined by your bank balance, which seems to be the view on the other side of the House. If privatising health is so great, why is it that the privatised American health system costs more per person than just about any other health system in the world and yet delivers worse health outcomes? That seems to be the system that they want to mimic. But once again, don't just take my word for it. Just last year, the Commonwealth Fund studied 10 health systems around the world, including New Zealand, Australia, the UK and the US. They found that privatised health systems came in last for administrative efficiency. New Zealand was third. We actually, according to them, had quite an efficient system. What does this government want to do? They want to mimic the worst of the health systems across the world and think that that's going to deliver better outcomes. But this government don't like evidence and they don't like facts. Because let's be clear, this is a government that is more interested in entrenching privilege than supporting everyday New Zealanders. Because David Seymour, our future Deputy Prime Minister, gives speeches where he rails against two standards of citizenship, then delivers a speech where he said the country's divided into two tribes, according to David Seymour, the rich and the mediocre. That is the view of David Seymour, our future Deputy Prime Minister, and it reflects the views of this government. The people that work hard every day are mediocre losers. We know that. Andrew Bailey gave us a hint of that last year, and now David Seymour is reinforcing it. That the people who choose to teach, the people who choose to be nurses, the people who choose to become police, the people who enter the Defence Force, they're mediocre, according to this government. Those with disabilities, mediocre, according to this government.
Point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, to completely misrepresent what someone has said in a way that reflects badly on, for example, the police of this country, I think brings this House into disrepute, and he should withdraw the comment.
This so far has been quite a robust debate. I would have interrupted it earlier, but I noticed that most of the additional comment coming from the floor of the House was coming from the government's own side, so I didn't then. And I think one of the points about this is that there will be things that are said that are debatable. I'm not about to rule on every little point that upsets everybody in the House. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins. Point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
There are some of us who think that the standards of this House have seriously declined. Now, when you're giving a ruling, it is not right for a Member of Parliament to stand there impatiently waiting for you to stop. That shows no respect for you or this institution. So I would ask you to check what Mr Hipkins just did and tell him not to behave like that in the future.
Yes, please remain in your seat until you're called. Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Well, point of order, Mr Speaker. Generally, members stand when they wish to be called.
Yes, but I was actually ruling, so technically you were just a bit ahead of the gun, as it were.
Oh, Mr Speaker, it is just the enthusiasm that we have on this side of the House, Mr Speaker. Because on this side of the House, we actually oppose the government's view that you should entrench the rights of people who have wealth to the detriment of people who don't, which is clearly the agenda of the ACT Party, and it is now going to be the agenda of this government as well. Mr Speaker, this government's done a lot of punching down over the last year, but they have demonstrated they have no plan to lift New Zealand up. Mr Speaker, this is a government who believe that New Zealanders who work hard for a living are mediocre. That is David Seymour's position, and it is the position of this government. Let's talk about David Seymour's regulatory standards bill. A bill that says there should be two levels of rights in New Zealand, rights for those who have wealth and lesser rights for those who don't have wealth. That is the position of the ACT Party, but don't just take my word for it. Even Roger Douglas thinks that that is now the position of the modern-day ACT Party, that their goal in politics is to entrench privilege rather than provide opportunity for New Zealanders. Those aren't just my words. Roger Douglas, the founder of the ACT Party, now believes that that is the ACT Party's mission in this Parliament. Well, I can tell you now, the Regulatory Standards Bill is a bill that has no place in this House. And I can guarantee you this, in the first 100 days of the next Labor government, it will be repealed. Because on this side of the House, we believe that responsible regulation is about protecting New Zealanders, protecting all New Zealanders, not just those with a healthy bank balance, which seems to be the position on the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, this is not a government working for everyday New Zealanders who are working hard to get ahead. Right. Christopher Luxon says the bottom line is that we should say no less and yes a lot more. What did they say to delivering new inter-island ferries? No. What did they say to delivering a new Dunedin hospital? No. What did they say to delivering affordable water reform? No. What did they say to delivering new state housing? No. What did they say to delivering school classroom upgrades? No. What did they say to delivering improved infrastructure for the country? No. What did they say yes to, Mr. Speaker? That's probably a bigger question, because they have said yes to a few things. 13,000 more kids living in poverty, they said yes to that. Scrapping all meaningful action on climate change, they said yes to that. Higher unemployment, they said yes to that. Cuts to support for people with disabilities, they said yes to that. Higher public transport costs, they said yes to that. Tax breaks for tobacco companies, they said yes to that. Suppressing wage growth, they said a very big yes to that. And slashing regional manufacturing jobs, they said yes to that. No action from the government to turn any of those things around. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister now thinks that more tourism is going to be the answer for New Zealand. He does know quite a lot about tourism, though. In fact, he visited Te Puke so many times he forgot he's actually in Hawaii. But Mr. Speaker, they cut funding for promoting tourism in last year's budget. They hiked up the international visitor levy and then gouged that money back out of tourism once again. Now they suddenly think that more tourists is the answer. When one of our biggest tourist destinations, Queenstown, is saying that they're going to have to stop all development because their infrastructure can't cope. So not only did the government grind infrastructure to a halt, it's now saying it wants to cram more people in and put the infrastructure that already can't cope under even more pressure.
That is their doing.
They say they want science. They want more investment in science. They cut $500 million of investment from science in last year's budget. 500 science and research jobs have been cut. Take GNS, the Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences. They cut 59 science jobs, including scientists, geologists, geophysicists, geochemists, the sorts of jobs that we need more of in New Zealand. Take NIWA, climate research, 90 jobs down the drain under this government. Now, I also do want to mention road cones, Mr. Speaker, because it seems, according to the Prime Minister, that road cones are the thing holding the New Zealand economy back. Or more to the point, health and safety is holding the New Zealand economy back. Well, let's put a few facts on the table, facts that this government won't like. New Zealand has 5 times the fatality rate at work of the United Kingdom, twice the rate of Australia. And yet this government seemed to think that health and safety is the problem. 5,000 to 6,000 hospitalisations in New Zealand happen every year because of injury and illness caused by work. Health and safety is not too high a price to pay. Knowing that someone is going to go home at the end of the day is not too high a price to pay. Work should not kill people and it should not make them sick. That is not too high a price to pay, Mr Speaker, and I think before the government go gutting health and safety regulation and rules that are designed to ensure that Kiwis can be healthy at work and make it home at the end of the day, they should understand why those rules were put in place in the first place. Because actually, most of them were put in place under the last national government, who recognised that people shouldn't die at work and that our rate of workplace death and injuries is far too high. Mr Speaker, too many New Zealanders are giving up hope and leaving the country. They were looking to Christopher Luxon and this government for hope. They will have seen none in the last week. But there is reason to be optimistic, Mr Speaker. We can look around the world and we can see the worst in the world, or we can look around the world and we can see opportunity and we can see what New Zealand could be. We could be an international powerhouse for renewable energy, where renewable energy is a competitive advantage for New Zealand. We could be investing in our future now, rather than cutting and delivering austerity, which is what Nicola Willis and this government are delivering. Mr Speaker, things can be better here in New Zealand. We can have a government that wants to back New Zealanders rather than a government that's all about entrenching privilege, helping out their mates and making the wrong choices. We can have a government that wants to see the New Zealand economy grow and get Kiwis back to work, but grow in a way where everybody benefits, not just those at the top, which is all this government has been focused on. New Zealanders deserve better from this government. They deserved hope and they haven't been given any.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking a heck of a lot about growth, and I got to say he knows a little bit about it, because his government is knowingly making decisions to grow climate changing emissions. It is knowingly making decisions to grow inequality, poverty, homelessness, and notably, record numbers of New Zealanders leaving this country. Mr Speaker, the fundamental question in a commencement speech like this should be, what's the point of government? I mean it. What's the point of government, the Right Honourable Winston Peters? Government is supposed to make the best possible decisions on behalf of the welfare of everybody in the country. It is supposed to be about ensuring that everybody gets access to what they need, not only to survive, but to thrive. It is supposed to be about making long-term decisions on behalf of all of us. That is right now and into the future. It is supposed to be about protecting the vital, fragile ecosystem necessary for life as we know it. The point of government is to look after this thing that we call the social contract, to ensure the rules that we put in place to govern our relationships with each other and the planet that we live on are fair and good. The point of government is to organise us and create the things that all of us can only create when we work together. That is what makes a nation, Mr. Speaker, working together in pursuit of our shared values. That is where the idea of public services and fundamental human rights come from. Everyone in Aotearoa, New Zealand is entitled, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, to housing, healthcare, education, a clean environment and a stable climate. And it is the job of government to ensure that everybody gets those things. And I mean everybody. No one, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, is actually entitled to make a profit. But everyone is entitled to their basic human rights, to a roof over their head, to kai on the table and to access to basic opportunities. But enter stage right, the cost of living and the decline of democracy. The connection between these two things, Mr. Speaker, is, I think, important to understand, because it's actually a pretty wild idea when you think about it, this notion of the cost of living. The idea that from the moment that you are born, there is an immediate life sentence financial cost to your life. 200 years ago, there was no concept of the idea of the cost of living in Aotearoa. There was no idea of private ownership here. There was no notion of profit. The founding agreements of this nation, Te Tiriti o Waitangi me he whakaputanga, were governance arrangements. They promised that everyone on this whenua would be looked after. But then, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, came the dishonouring, the slow and the winding process of privatisation. Over time, fewer and fewer people owned more and more of the resources at the expense of everyone and everything else. And Mr. Speaker, today, in this country, 311 households hold more wealth combined than the bottom 2.5 million New Zealanders. That inequality and that impoverishment and that theft of human potential didn't just happen naturally, Mr. Speaker. It happened because of government's decisions to privatise profit at the cost of people and planet. Government decisions which have those at the top have fought their way to that place to pile and hoard all of that wealth at the expense of everybody else and the fraying social contract under immense pressure to hold our country together. The government, Mr. Speaker, wants New Zealanders to think that the only way that things will improve for them and for their whānau is if they too mercilessly fight their way to the top. But Mr. Speaker, New Zealanders need to know that that is just not true. Because if every single year the rules of this game and this thing that we call the economy see 90% of people worse off, while 10% of people claw their way to the top, I think we should change the game. Because it's not just a game, Mr. Speaker. It happens that that is our lives. And privatisation means that basic needs will cost more. That is because the same basic things, whether it be housing, healthcare or education, they're still needed. But now, New Zealanders will also be paying for a profit in shareholder dividends and fat CEO bonuses. Privatisation not only means higher costs of living, but a lower quality of life. And New Zealanders do not want to live to work. Privatisation, Mr. Speaker, is precisely that death sentence that the government would like to take us down. And in November last year, as this House debated the Treaty Principles Bill, I said that capitalism needs colonisation. This insatiable economic system needs new frontiers to constantly assimilate and exploit. And as it happens, the same guy who is doing his best to currently tell everybody in this country that Māori are apparently coming to take more and more rights is the same guy who is trying to sell off New Zealanders' rights to access public health care. And that's just the start. Public ownership protects the dignity of everyone, especially those who can least afford it. Privatisation, Mr. Speaker, means that if you can't afford it, you don't get it. It literally means that people who cannot afford their medicine die. Once upon a time, not all too long ago, everything, the land that produces our food, the resources that go into what we eat and what we drink and what we use, well, they weren't divvied up and they didn't have fences around them and they weren't owned in such a way that those who couldn't afford it didn't get access to it. The very idea of the cost of living came from privatisation. When we privatise healthcare, when we privatise housing, education and energy, you end up paying more to access those things. And if you can't pay, you don't access those things. And in October of last year, I asked the Prime Minister about whether his government was intentionally starving public services of the investment that they need in order to sow the seeds of privatisation. Government members laughed at me. The Prime Minister accused me of conspiracy theories and the current and the incoming Deputy Prime Ministers joined in. Now he's telling us that he's going to take privatisation to the next election, which means that this government right now is currently managing our country's assets and well-being with a mind to selling those things off in the not-too-distant future. Just think about the former national government's decision to ignore an overwhelming public referendum not to sell public assets. And more than a decade ago, that national government sold off parts of our electricity sector against the wishes of the public. And today, we all pay the price of underinvested infrastructure and a manufactured electricity crisis powered by fossil fuel dependency every single winter in order for us to keep shareholder returns high. Now let's look at just what the Prime Minister is saying. Last week, he told everybody in his State of the Nation speech about his plans to, and I quote, roll out the red carpet for international investment in key infrastructure like transport and energy. This government has decided to cut public services to the bone to pay for landlord and tobacco tax cuts, and now it's becoming crystal clear that this government has no real interest whatsoever in investing in or building or growing our public services or infrastructure. Instead, they want it to be bought, built and owned by major foreign corporations, foreign governments, billionaires or hedge funds. And Mr. Speaker, that story does not end well for the little guy. The government is currently actively and openly asking the world's richest people to build and own the public services that all of us ultimately rely on, because they are refusing to tax rich people fairly to maintain the services and the assets that we all rely on. Christopher Luxon's government doesn't want to govern. They want to farm out accountability. They want to sell it off. And Mr. Speaker, if we privatise our healthcare system, the government will no longer be responsible for those wait lists. They will have sold off that responsibility. And then we'll all be told that that responsibility is far too expensive to buy back because the corporations making exorbitant profit by charging whatever they want will charge far too much. And Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest fibs that those proponents of privatisation tell us is that somehow it'll cost us, the people of this country, less. But I ask people just to look at the United States of America, where the government spends over 16% of GDP on an almost fully privatised healthcare system, compared to around 10% for most OECD countries. Meanwhile, Americans get comparatively lower lifespans and much poorer health outcomes, while corporations rake in astronomical profit. Under privatisation, the value of human life decreases. But it's not just about human life, it's about all life. The Prime Minister wants to privatise our conservation estate and our seabed for mining companies' profits. This government is more interested in the rights of corporations than the rights of its citizens. But public services aren't just nice-to-haves. They are the necessities of life. Public ownership means that everybody gets what we need because we all collectively pay for it. And the job of the government is to manage our collective dreams. New Zealanders do not dream of lining the pockets of offshore multinational corporations and billionaires. We dream of spending enough time with our whānau, of doing the things that we love and of getting out into nature. We do not dream of living in order to work. We do not dream of fruitless competition and exhausting ourselves into the ground. We dream of things, Mr. Shane Jones, that are actually pretty basic. That is everybody's human rights being upheld. Everybody having housing and healthcare and decent work. But privatisation, Mr. Speaker, takes away those rights. The building up of our public services, however, is the best way to protect those rights. And we need to have that here at home. The wealthiest 311 households, who hold more wealth than the bottom 2.5 million New Zealanders, pay an effective tax rate less than half of the average New Zealander. What that means is that the multi-millionaires and billionaires pay half the effective tax rate of our nurses, our teachers, our midwives, our farmers and our firefighters. And the government knows this. In fact, actually the last government knows it too, because they commissioned the report. But this government went a step further, and in its first month or so in the job, they removed the enabling legislation to report on the inequities of that very tax system. Nothing to see here. Don't worry. Not too long ago, one of the new ministers of Commerce and Consumer Affairs said in a debate in this very House, and I quote, "There is such a thing as legitimate tax avoidance." That was a member of this government stating on the public record that he knows, as this government knows, that we have set up the rules in this economy in such a way that if you can afford the right accountants and the right lawyers, you can afford to avoid paying your fair share. It's totally legal. But Mr. Speaker, what is legal is not always what is right. In fact, much of history over the last 100 years alone has been a fight for making what is right legal, to redistribute resources and power, to make the dream of democracy real. Privatisation erodes democracy. It takes away our shared resources and therefore our shared power, and it hands those resources and that power to a tiny few. And the consequences of that approach are clear. Those with a whole lot of money are doing their best to take over the media landscape and our politics and therefore our imagination. They do not want regular people to have the space to dream or the time to organise. In fact, the wealthiest in this world have made it pretty clear that they're setting their sights on colonising space while letting the planet burn. But building up our shared public resources strengthen that democracy. It gives all of us more control over what happens in our country and through public accountability. That is supposed to be the point of government. Aotearoa can and will be a country where we uphold te tiriti o Waitangi, where there are homes for everybody that are warm and dry and affordable, where we recognise housing as a human right, where we can run on 100% renewable energy, where everybody gets access to high quality education and healthcare, including dental, where everybody has a livable income that ensures their dignity, their security and their freedom. This is the Aotearoa where people and planet come first. This is the Aotearoa that we are working together to build. And more people, Mr. Speaker, I believe and I hear about when I talk to them out there in the real world, are realising that they are not crazy, but this system is crazy making. And the more people who realise that the failings in the system are not a personal failing, but in fact something which goes to the root core of the greed on which this system is built, the more and more New Zealanders will realise that they have an opportunity to step into their democratic power and change this system. We have seen that the impossible becomes possible when regular people organise and work together to make history. Civil rights, te tiriti rights, queer rights, women's rights and environmental rights did not come from nowhere, Mr. Shane Jones. Once upon a time, we were told that they were entirely impossible. But when we organise, when regular people work together and find the things that unify us, regular people win. And the old guard, as has been well evidenced by the harping on from the government benches throughout this speech, are quaking in their boots. They want the little guys fighting, not organising. So, Mr. Speaker, when New Zealanders here spin about efficiency or progress this year, I want them to remember the only ones who win in that game are the wealthy and sorted. Everyone else is left to fight over scraps. But it does not have to be that way. At the end of last year, the Green Party released Te Ara Anamata, our alternative emissions reduction plan. And our plan outlines an economy that can support people and the planet, instead of exploiting and exhausting both. What that means, Mr. Speaker, is a green jobs guarantee, planting native trees instead of pine, efficient public transport, sustainable food production, restoring our wetlands, designing our cities better, distributed and resilient renewable energy, real just transition plans led by local communities, and so much more. Hiara Anamata offers a pathway to build a world in which we not only reduce the cost of living, but also improve the quality of life. And Mr. Speaker, in my final remarks, I just want to point out, this is Aotearoa. We do not want imported culture wars and the privatising of public services that in turn hurt and bankrupt our people. We want a government that honours Te Tiriti and ensures that we are all looked after, as was the promise in that founding governing agreement. And Mr. Speaker, we will work together in unshakable faith to make precisely that dream a reality. Mr. Speaker, my message to New Zealanders is to not let this government frustrate them to the point of disillusionment and switching off. Mr. Speaker, politics belongs to those who turn up. And in 2025, Aotearoa is going to turn up.
Just as I was waiting for the response to the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins' speech to subside, I forgot to mention that we are now debating the question that the amendment to the motion be agreed. I call on
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Happy New Year. It's nice to see you, and I hope that you have had a sunny summer down in Christchurch.
No,
and to
not
all
really.
members...
utterly dreadful. Never mind.
I'm sorry to hear about that, Mr. Speaker. But to all members, welcome you and us back to Parliament, to all of those who support us, making this place tick, staff of all sorts of jobs, welcome back to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I spent the summer, much of it, travelling around, listening to people, asking them what it is that they are looking forward to, what they're worried about and what they hope for in 2025. And I went as far north as Northland, as far south as Southland. And I listened to people who were police officers, who were tradies and builders, people in accounting, people who write software, people who teach in schools, you name it. I heard from New Zealanders. And if I was to play back the mood music of those responses, it would be a little bit like something Crowded House once said, now we're getting somewhere. You see, Mr. Speaker, people understand that we've got a big mountain to climb, that there are a lot of challenges. But I think they'd find it totally implausible for Chris Hipkins to stand up and say everything is terrible, but only 18 months ago when we were in charge, it was fantastic. And one reason that they would find it implausible, and all of the hyperbole, actually, I think Chris Hipkins might have got a thesaurus for Christmas, all of the exaggeration that we heard from, people know that the facts are one of the biggest issues they have is the cost of living. And when this government was elected, inflation was running at 5.6% per annum. It had peaked at 7.3% per annum a year prior to that. And today it is down almost at the midpoint of the target band, 2% inflation. That is a real change. That is a real victory for New Zealanders, that while prices may still be high, they have stopped rising because this government has killed inflation. And then people would say, OK, we know that has been tough and we know that hard decisions were required, but we still want to see this economy get going and get growing. And they can appreciate that that is not easy, and if it was, everybody would be doing it. But we can start to have a mature discussion about what are the factors that make economies grow. Now, I listened very carefully to the speech of Chloe Swarbrick, and she seemed to romanticise a time in New Zealand's history 200 years ago, when there were no fences, there were no property rights, there were no buildings, and there was no profit. Perhaps what she forgot to say is that 200 years ago, life expectancy in New Zealand was 40. I mean, that tells you about the sense of rationality that we're getting from the Green Party. In fact, Chloe Swarbrick's speeches these days are so unhinged, voters are actually moving to Te Pāti Māori. You wouldn't believe it. But, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have an orthodox view of economics which understands that if we want our economy to grow, if we want people to have security in their jobs, if we want, as one young person said to me, to be able to get ahead without leaving the country, then we need to understand where growth comes from. And it starts with having investment so people have capital to work with. Somebody digging a ditch with a digger can dig it a lot faster than someone with a shovel, but you need investment capital to do that. And the same goes for every business up and down this country. How do we get capital to grow and be more sophisticated so we can sell better products and we can pay our workers more to make them? So what's this government doing? We're making it easier to get capital from outside the country as well as inside. We're reforming the Overseas Investment Act. And I hear the people on the other side say, this is terrible, we'll be serfs in our own land. Imagine if other people from other countries wanted to actually send their money to New Zealand and invest in businesses so workers could produce more and get paid more. That's what they're really saying, that's what they're really opposed to. But this government knows if we want workers to get paid more, they need more capital. And here's another thing that we could do, is improve our banking sector. For example, we have a Reserve Bank governor who put in place capital requirements that have pushed up the price of borrowing to every firm, every farm and every family in this country. Now, our Minister of Finance could pick up the phone and say, it's not going to work, mate. Just drop it. These capital requirements were put in place in order for us to get through COVID-19, in order for us to get through a major shock. And when the shock of COVID-19 came along, guess what? Actually, we were fine with the old capital requirements. We never needed to have them phased in at all, and we should drop them today. That would reduce the cost of borrowing for New Zealand families and New Zealand firms. Another thing that we need for economic growth, besides a supply of investment capital, is we need skills. And in particular, we need to make sure that when a child spends about 12 or 13,000 hours in the education system, that they actually receive the knowledge and the skills and the habits and abilities required to succeed in a modern economy. And I'm proud to be part of a government that is upgrading the curriculum, that is working hard to stress the importance of actually going to school, since New Zealanders were told for years that maybe that wasn't so important. I'm proud to be part of a government that this week is having 7 new charter schools open, because oftentimes it is not the school, it's the school that the student is at today is the one that they may not be going to too often and they're not learning. One example is a charter school in Christchurch opened by a collaboration of 4 state school principals, and they've said there are students that we know we are not and cannot serving to the best of our ability as educators. So they've set up and sponsored a separate charter school amongst 4 state school principals so that those children will have a place to go where they can flourish and they can reach their potential. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we need beside people with skills and capital is a regulatory environment where people can spend more of their time doing the thing that their business and their career is set up to do, and less of their time trying to fill out forms, get permission and be told no too many times. Mr. Speaker, it's the teacher or the early childhood educator who says all I wanted to do was help children reach their potential, and all I actually do is fill out forms for the Ministry of Education. It's the builder who says it takes twice as long to get permission to do this as actually do it. It is the person who goes along to get a loan who finds that they can't because the hurdles they have to jump over are absurd. And we actually heard this from Chris Hipkins in his speech. He said that this government's approach to regulation would strip New Zealanders of their protections. He couldn't give a single example, but I'll give him one. The triple CFA changes that his government brought in at the end of 2021 effectively tanks the housing market that November. Because actually it was that December, November was the peak. Because people went along to their bank and they found that to get a minor increase to their credit limit, they had to tell the bank how much they spent each month on pet food. People think I'm making that up. That actually happened in New Zealand under the previous government, and they knew it was wrong because, to give them credit, they actually removed the rule. So again, if we're going to have a rational discussion about what sort of things a government can and should do, then we can all agree there are some regulations we need, others that we don't, and we should get rid of the ones that we don't. And thankfully, this government has a fantastic agenda of regulatory reform. Nicole McKee on anti-money laundering and countering foreign terrorism laws. Brooke van Velden on health and safety at work laws. Chris Penk on building materials, making it easier to get in foreign building materials. Chris Bishop and Simon Court on replacing the big daddy of bad regulation, the Resource Management Act, so that New Zealanders can use their property and develop it on a basis of respecting private property rights. And aquaculture, as Shane Jones says, will be easier to do in this environment. That is the kind of regulatory reform that will mean that everybody, from people who are farming the land in order to feed the world in this country, to people building a home, to running an early childhood centre, to giving out a loan to someone who's trying to get ahead, will be able to spend more time doing their actual job than doing their compliance job. And the most important change, in my view, the government will make is to introduce and pass the Regulatory Standards Bill so that finally New Zealanders will be able to actually point to a statute that sets out the rights that they have when the government wants to regulate away their ability to use and exchange private property. That is absolutely essential to any society that wants growth and wants to be wealthier. And you just have to ask yourself, who would work hard and give up today for a better tomorrow if they think that their rights can be wished away with the flick of a pen? It is essential in any society that you are not subject to arbitrary takings, regulatory takings, or having what you've worked for taken away at a moment's notice by a government that doesn't hold to its own standards of regulation making. This is the kind of progress that this government is making, serious, well thought out process in order to ensure that we have better policy so that New Zealanders can thrive on their own terms. And then we hear again, and it's low quality debate, people talking endlessly about privatisation as if it is some enormous evil. The simple fact is that in all societies, some people may be interested to know that even in the Soviet Union, people covertly held private property. You can never quite get rid of all of it, I'm sorry, folks. The thing is, in all societies, there is a mixture of public and private ownership and a mixture of public and private activity. It is true in healthcare today. Every GP clinic, every pharmacy, Many of the theatres where operations are done, they're all private. Many of the doctors who are working doing those operations or doing those consultations, guess what? They're working for private businesses as specialists. Many of the medications, in fact, all of the medications people are taking and all of the medical devices they're using, they're private. So it's crazy to think that there is only public or private healthcare. Every system has a mixture of that. And my challenge and my question is, do we have the right mix? Because in the last 5 years, we've increased spending by $10 billion, and still most New Zealanders would say we have first world people with a system that is letting down those doctors, nurses, orderlies and allied health professionals, while still failing to satisfy the desires and the needs of every single patient. So perhaps we could have a grown-up discussion about it. How do they do it in France? Well, for the most part, the government assists people to buy private insurance, which has them treated largely in private facilities. Now, if France is a bit too scary and capitalist for the left, perhaps we could have a look at some of the countries in East Asia. There is more than one model and there is more than one way of doing things. And if we want to succeed as a society, then we need to do better in health and education. And the same goes for the government's balance sheet of capital assets. We're a government with $200 billion of debt, scheduled to pay nearly $10 billion of interest on the debt. That's real money. You know, that is, doing quick mental arithmetic, $2,000 per New Zealander in interest payments next year, just the interest on the debt. Now, if we're going to pay, did I get that right? The guy from King's is checking my maths. Oh, he said thanks, Labor. He's still in the tribal politics. That I thought he was helping with the maths. You see, the thing is, we need to ask ourselves, if we have $570 billion of assets and $200 billion worth of debt, and a major shortage of capital assets in critical areas such as Auckland, where Watercare have red-zoned whole neighbourhoods saying you can't do any more development because we can't afford the pipes and the pumping stations, do we have the balance right? Do we have the balance right when our nearest neighbour is seriously improving and increasing the size of its defence force? Do we need to be putting more of our balance sheet into that? And again, imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we could have a mature discussion without the carping and the ideology and the people who may have, you know, swallowed a thesaurus for Christmas, as far as I could tell, you know, pulling out all these tropes. We actually need to say, look, these are the assets we have as a government. How do we get the best results, the best defence, the best healthcare? How do we make sure that we really do the best we can so that all of us can leave this place and feel like we have succeeded as a country and as a government and as a parliament? That's my challenge or wero that I lay down. And there's one more thing that numerous people brought up with me. Someone said to me just earlier this morning, David, I was thinking about the debate you're engaged in. I said, which one? But he meant the one about the Treaty Principles Bill. And so many people came up, and I want to acknowledge those people, thousands I would guess actually over the summer break, who said, we're right behind you, keep going. Because there is something deep down and innate in New Zealanders. It is our sense of fairness. New Zealand at its heart is an egalitarian project, a project of immigration that spans 1,000 years and counting, a nation of people who come here seeking better, but also a nation that believe that Jack's as good as his master. At some basic level, we all breathe the same air, we all bask in the same sun, we're all wet by the same rain, and we all deserve the same fundamental human rights. And I found it so interesting in the last day or so that all these people who say that Parliament has no right to debate the meaning of our treaty in the modern context by defining the principles and statute, well, you know what? They all showed up to participate in the debate. And that, I think, is the mystery for some, not for me, I have to say, but for some opponents of this bill, is why it has raised so many critical issues that New Zealanders want to discuss and I believe need to discuss. The answer is that for too long, questions like, can Parliament make this rule? Is it ultimately sovereign? Do we have equal rights? Is there a special place for Māori, and does it give different seats reserved at the table or different rights to be consulted in resource management law? Those are questions that this country fundamentally needs to decide in a civil and democratic manner. And I'm so proud to see that that is exactly what is happening. Even people who say they don't want the debate, rushing to the debate is actually a triumph and a fabulous thing for New Zealand. And even if, which I still doubt, this bill does not pass in this Parliament, I believe that sooner or later a bill very much like it will pass into law, because ultimately a house divided cannot stand. This country must decide, are we truly committed to universal human rights? Are we truly committed to the idea that each of us came to these islands to seek a better tomorrow for our children and their children? And therefore, are we going as New Zealanders to give each other equal dignity in politics and before the law and in everyday life? If that is the truth, then I would put it like this: all Kiwis will be equal forever, forever, forever. And it's actually quite fun to say. This treaty principles really stands for all Kiwis equal, ake, ake, ake. With that thought, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the debates in this chamber and to the work in government alongside my partners, Winston Peters and Christopher Luxon, and all of us across the coalition side in the House, doing the work to deliver on the hopes and dreams of the people that I asked and heard as I travelled the length of New Zealand this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
The political year begins with this debate. Now, one can't raise the question of where members of Parliament are or are not, but I can recall at the beginning of this debate that the Labour Party was here, so was the Green Party, and so was the Pāti Māori. And we all sat over here and heard them out. So my next question to those people who are on television land, and I hope they change the screen around to show you just what's happened here and how some people are not prepared to be questioned or challenged. This is an extraordinary circumstance which begins with the number one question in this debate today is, from what we just heard from the other side, is why did Labor lose in 2023 when they had all the power to themselves? You know, in 2023, the dire state the economy was in was grossly understated and not understood by most. It was part of the New Zealand First speeches leading all the way up to the election, pointing out that we were heading for a recession and that we would have to battle a serious battle on our hands to turn our economy around. And here today in the Labour Party, this party that's meant to be the alternative face of a future government, it has one economic spokesman here, and she's very recent to Parliament. I'm not putting her down, but frankly, you would have thought some senior people might have stayed here to assure you that's what's going on. What's wrong with that? Oh, sorry. Well, you've got to say something. You just can't just get up on your feet, you know. Jeez. We'll have a few rules here,
Mr. Peters, you've got a bit of leeway in the first minute. As time goes on, there'll be less. Please don't comment on the absence of other members or parties from the House. Continue.
No, I was not commenting on the absence of parties in the House.
Or comment on the Speaker's...
But I'm entitled to ask...
Mr. Peters.
No, I'm not going to be put down
Peters,
this matter.
Sit.
Right? I'll sit down my good time.
Or comment on the Speaker's ruling. Continue.
Point of order on the Speaker's ruling. Yeah, point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am entitled to ask why some people are not taking part in the debate. They could be sitting here, they might not be here. I did not refer to their absence. And I want to have you to approach this matter with a bit of acuity and particularity and not just feel like you're going to stamp a decision down and I'm going to accept it. I'm not going to accept it, but I know the rules. You cannot mention the person being absent in this House, but you can reflect on why they're not engaged in the debate in the House.
Did you just sit down, Mr Peters?
No, that's a point of order, what?
You did. However, you're early on your speech. You may resume if you wish, despite you sat down. But can I just ask you, Mr Peters, you've had leeway, you've made your point. Please continue without having to comment on the absence of other members or parties in the House, and then we can all enjoy what I'm sure will be a very informative speech.
Look, actually, you were giving a ruling and Mr McNulty decided to comment on that. Are you going to reflect on that?
We're going to continue.
Are you going to reflect on that?
We're going to continue your speech.
There's one rule for some and different rule for others, I see. So here we go. Now, to use a metaphor, that's the Labour Party metaphor, a massive economic tanker was on autopilot, heading for a disaster unless we did something about it. And the present government got hold of the wheel with the expectation of turning away from its wayward course. That's the circumstances we inherited. Beg your pardon? I don't have any what? Actually, I've got to wonder where these people get their training. They come here, and I'm talking about a ship being out of control and an autopilot, no one knowing what on earth's going on in terms of a metaphor for our economy, and she wants to know if I've got any ships. I mean, I can remember the days of Longy and all the sort of David, people like Parker, so I speak, Mike Moore, all with exciting jibes in the House. It was quite fascinating to be here. But along comes this new crowd, untrained in the extreme, sort of amateur hour, and they show it all the time. Yeah, look, the reality is we understand about hard-working Kiwis. We understand how things are biting on them, and we're going to set out to ensure that we turn that around. But there are so many inherited costs which were inflationary in the extreme and arose from their squanderous spending with no idea that if you're going to spend, you must spend on added value, on wealth creation, on export increases, and not on consumption. And they did it to the extent that we're in the circumstance we're in today. And no amount of defence of them and their past will get us past the situation we're in at the moment. The people are feeling, New Zealand First understands with great clarity the struggles of workers in this country. And I'll make one very certain judgment for you right here. There's nobody in the labouring working force out there that supports labour anymore. Let me tell you, there's so many workers out there, real workers, 2 or 3 jobs, and they've abandoned the labour a long time ago. New Zealand First understands the responsibility we have as part of the government to turn the cost pressures around and give hope to relief to ordinary New Zealanders. And we cannot continue to tinker around the edges without realising our economy is in dire straits and needs fundamental and decisive change. That's the reality we're in 2025, and it'll take considerable time to do this. But if we set out on the right pathway with the right policies, slowly but surely we'll get there. New Zealanders will understand one thing, that tomorrow will be better. The year after that will be better. And that is the only pathway forward this government has got. We were left with an out-of-control Labour Party debt caused by a myriad of wasteful, failed ideological projects and ballooning inflation. Now look, in a moment of great honesty, almost probably by mistake over the weekend, Chris Hipkins said at the Labour Party caucus retreat this, quotes, "Some of the commitments that we made, and I've mentioned some of them, things like Kiwi Build, Auckland Light Rail and so on, we hadn't worked through the exact details of how that would be, and therefore we weren't able to deliver on the commitments that we've made," end of quotes. What an admission. You had all these policies and had no idea how it was constructed, how it would work out, and in a moment of great clarity and a great honesty, he said that at the Labour Party caucus retreat, and retreat is the right word for it, with a capital R, and he made a submission. Now, he could have gone on to talk about the $3.1 billion light rail. Can I ask you, Adam Williams, how many metres were built?
0.
I can't hear you. Over there, Labor's sitting there. How many metres of light rail were built? All right, the $54 million spent on the cycleway across Harbour Bridge. How many metres were built? I can't hear you. No, I didn't prepare this. Not like Hipkins. He came along with a yes and no session today. They've been practicing for weeks. That's the one part he got sequentially right. And for a brief moment, the Labour Party showed unity. It'll be back to fighting each other and up against the grindstone. But for a brief moment, though, they showed great clarity. So there he was, right? Now, the multi-million-dollar RNZ, TVNZ merger. Do you think, Adam Williams, that was right? Or the Cook Strait ferries blowing out to what? $4.2 billion. They were charged in May of 2020 with $401 million to find 2 ferries. What on earth are we talking about $4.2 billion as a project? And you've got all these people in the gallery, journalists trying to say, and it shows their appalling political bias, oh, forget that, what are you doing? Forget that, what are you guys doing? Well, the answer is you spent 4 years stuffing it up. We're going to spend about 2.5 months trying to fix it as a government. We inherited that, an appalling circumstance. Boats that we never contemplated in terms of size. Real questions as to whether they were capable of being manoeuvrable. And then when it came to the infrastructure, no side of the Cook Strait had the infrastructure prepared. And they said, oh, we'll buy that. So how come you go out to buy 2 ferries and when it's all over, the cost of the ferries will be less than 20% and the rest is going to be infrastructure? And which part of the disclosure and transparency did you tell the public and taxpayers about when you made those decisions? This is grinding incompetence, and they are not going to get away with it. Those are the realities. Oh, and here's the one. The 4 million playing whale music to save kauri trees. Now, look, when I heard that, I thought, hang on, there's so much, as some president said, fake news these days, that it can't possibly be true. Over 4 million to play whale sounds and music to save kauri trees from kauri dieback. Now, round about then, I think they might have gone to the sociological class of Auckland University and heard all about tikanga and how it can change the whole world. Or this is a Pāti Māori idea. That's how unrealistic it sounds to me. But that's what they did. And, oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. We know you live in dream time, sunshine. We're talking about the real world. We're talking about the real world. The list goes on of the waste, the incompetence, the indifference that has today led us to the grappling and struggling economy that we're dealing with. And what solutions did the Labour Party caucus come up with on their recent retreat? Come on, some of you are here. Could you please tell me what were the solutions you announced after your caucus retreat, having spent all that time examining what the state of the economy was? Can anybody mention one? Well, the only decision they made was to not roll the leader just now. To not roll the leader just now. You know, it reminds us of that ancient Greek proverb, those the gods would destroy, they first make mad. I've never seen such foolishness in New Zealand politics as I've seen in recent times. But who could take him seriously? We have had problems as a country. He's walking around at that retreat in jandals and shorts. Jeez. Jandals and shorts. Standards? No, I haven't got any. Commitment? No. Now, I'm certain I looked around and I was looking at the TV and I saw the rest of his caucus and I thought, some of them must be seriously worried. They'll know we can't go anywhere here. They'll know the old dictum, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. But there he was, Chippy. All he had missing was a sausage roll. We need to turn the economy around and we need an export-led economy. And we have been working very hard, extraordinarily hard, all of us, to fill the vacuum overseas that we inherited, appalling vacuum of neglect, no one visiting anywhere. It's essential that we increase our production and ensure added value as priority in the primary industries that we have always relied upon so heavily as a country. We need incentivisation and investment to get our economy running again. You know, we set out to focus on turning our economy around by wealth creation in our fundamental industries, and I'm sure that we're all on track for that. But the reality of it all is that we need less bureaucracy, and those woke elitists holding this country up. Less red and green tape, less of the woke pearl-clutching do-gooders, and more of the Kiwi can-doers. We need less whining and more mining. And yeah, if we run across Freddie, the frog, we're going to relocate Freddie to a paradise and carry on with mining, because extraction is critical to the economy that's coming. Every country in the world knows it, all the Greens overseas know it, but one bunch in New Zealand don't. The current government is doing a sound job in turning Labor's drifting economic tanker around. That's left for us. The reality is it takes time, but help, as we all know, is on its way. Now, could I just say about fast-tracking? Who could be opposed to fast-tracking if you know about anything about house buying or small businesses or any businesses? And here you are, your family's saved up, you want to buy your first house, you want to build your first house, and your greatest obstruction, about 30% of the cost, is planning permission. This is appalling, and we are seeking to turn that around, and you've got all those people who are saying somehow they've got a protection in place that is needed. So if that was true, why haven't they got that in Canada, United States and Australia? No, it's our own. We've got a master plan of red tape, and it's slowing everything down. So we intend to change that and ensure that families and business people get a chance to buy homes, to build homes, and to start businesses. And by the way, did you hear Mr. Hipkins today talk about privatisation? Well, the greatest privatisation we ever saw in this country was 84 to 90. 1984 to 1990. The BNZ flogged off. Didn't go to tender. 1/3 flogged off in a private decision. Then you had, oh, here's the one, Electric Corp. Electric Corp was sold to Fletcher's for 8 months of its earnings. Right? For 8 months of its earnings. Now, I've got a friend, we all got a friend called Hart. He gets his first big break. He gets to buy government print. That's worth 42 to 48 million, but guess what he paid for it? He paid 6 million for it, and he got 1 million for redundancies, and all the staff were working for them the next day. Now, I'm an admirer of Hart because he did far greater things in other businesses. But what a break to get. And who did that? These people over here that tell you they know about the economics and who are opposed to privatisation. Beg your pardon?
Sounds like privatisation's bad.
When did you turn up, Sunshine? How long have you been? It does sound like privatisation. Yes, it is privatisation. It's an example of privatisation, and you shouting out, opening your mouth, and letting the wind let the wind blow your stupid tongue around, won't wash, Sunshine. Oh, no. I've got the microphone, and I'll be here long after you're gone. I'll be here long after you're gone. I've seen your type before. I've seen your type before. All bull dust, all noise, head a day, gone tomorrow.
Right.
And that's why you're sitting back there.
Both gentlemen, settle.
Did you enjoy that? I did. Unbelievable. You know, can I just say that the government parties, the three here today, are in a fight to the top. We have disagreements, but we're in a fight to the top to turn our economy around and to turn our nation's future around. The opposition, of course, are the very converse. You've got the Greens into Pāti Māori in a plunge to the bottom. And lately, have you ever heard them speak about economic policy?
No.
About export policy?
Soviet?
About added value? No. About personal responsibility?
No.
About parental responsibility? No. Their version of democracy is collective pinko demagoguery. I have never thought I'd see here and listen in Parliament to a modern version of Das Kapital from the leader of the Green Party. Unbelievable. And she went on to say this, though. This is how foolish she is. She went on to say that we're going to colonise capitalism. And that brief moment she just confessed that capitalism was good. So it should be colonised. Or who wrote her darn speech? She read the whole thing out, from start to finish. And that's the rule we have in this Parliament. You can't read your whole speech out unless it's all detailed. What happened to this? Oh, what? You went in the chair, so I won't make any more comment about that. But here's the sad thing for Labor, and I know Labor know that. I know enough people in the Labor Party from way back. The Labor Party, at its core, know that these parties over there, Pāti Māori and the Greens, are dragging them down with them. They can't see a way coming back unless they can get rid of these two parties, these new parties who've got no respect for democracy, who think somehow that they're special and have got no respect for anybody else in this Parliament, or dare I say it, the voter. The Workers' Party is now the Wokesters' Party, and Labor's in difficulty with respect to that. You know, Chloe came here today, she read her whole speech. She talked about, as I say, capitalism being colonised, and how confusing is that? And then she didn't mind, but she wanted it to happen. She said that emissions payments of up to $32 billion of emissions payments should be taken out of our economy and paid to another economy. How unbelievably fatal would that be? That's what they said today. Yeah, I know he's sitting over there, just arrived 5 minutes ago as well, thinks he knows about this country, he wouldn't know what day it is. But here's the point. And then she did us the greatest insult. She started talking about a country that was not licensed for her to talk about. No permission, no democracy, no mandate, no referendum, no plebiscite, no nothing. She starts talking about Aotearoa, this French Polynesian name. Yes, it is true, sunshine. You just arrived 5 minutes ago, some of us have been here 1,000 years, and we're not taking your dictatorship. You got that clear? You got that clear? You're not going to win the next campaign doing that. This country is called New Zealand, and the mass majority of New Zealanders want it that way. And the mass majority of New Zealanders want equality, where everybody's treated the same. Doesn't matter what the religion is, doesn't matter what the sex is, doesn't matter what the race is. We're about equality. I know they're laughing. The Greens are laughing at that because they find that comical. They find that comical. The very people who are here on the very refuge that we give to them have come here with their ideas foreign to our country, native to theirs, and they wish to impose them upon our Parliament. No, you don't. You're not going to succeed here. You might be laughing now, but you'll be crying tomorrow. Come to this country, show some gratitude? No. Let me tell you what our policy is, Sunshine. When you arrive in New Zealand...
Yeah, Mr Peters, less of the sunshine, more of the first names. As someone who respects the tikanga of the House, let's stick to that part of it.
Well, with the greatest respect, I didn't call him sunshine. Sunshine's everybody. You know, if you can't take it, Mr Speaker, let's go and have some lessons on how to do the job.
You've had a lot of latitude. Please accept that you've had that latitude and respect some tikanga in the House. Use proper
We don't have tikanga in
names.
this House. Get that straight.
The procedures of the House, the order of the House.
All right, then. Not having that ran down my throat. Can I just say that when people come to this country, the least we can expect is that they obey our laws as they are for the time being. They respect our flag as it is for the time being. That they respect other people's right to believe in other religions, as that is the law for the time being. And they believe in equality, whether it's gender or whether it's race. That's the least we can expect. So if some of these people from the Green Party and Pāti Māori think we're going to expect something else, then let me tell you the enormous confidence we've got. Because out there in the real Māori world, where people are working 2 or 3 hours, 2 or 3 jobs a week, and slaving it out and saving, they're losing ground big time. They don't have any time for those sorts of people who don't understand what it is to be a worker, to sweat it out and have pride in the job that they've got. And that's what New Zealand First stands for. This government also believes that they are a priority going forward on our planning. Not this kind of elitism which saw so much going to so many who are at the very top of our society, who saw 14,000 bureaucrats taken on that we didn't need. And now we're being told that we're the reason for the collapse of Wellington's economy. Oh, no, we're not. The reason that this has happened is because there's so much waste in the past which we've still got to absorb. But over time, we are confident we will succeed. And the most important reason why we'll succeed is because our message is one of national unity and not difference.
Tiwi Nārai Wapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. I'm standing on behalf of Te Pāti Māori today to constructively give our view on the Prime Minister's statement. And I've got to be really honest, what I've witnessed this afternoon is showing that even day one, the deterioration of our behaviour and our debate can't be held. And ka aroha to the rest of Aotearoa and New Zealand who have to watch this. For us, the statement, actually it's everything it didn't state. What we saw was a 9,000 worded statement with 32 mentions of growth, 27 mentions of infrastructure, yet absolutely nothing that related to Māori. We had the Prime Minister stand up and say in front of the nation, in fact, he wants to lead and be part of a culture where he's going to get rid of the no culture. Yet culturally, there was no Māori, there was no iwi mention, there was no whānau mention, there was no hauora mention, there was no kāinga mention, there was no te tiriti mention, there was no tangata whenua mention. So no mai, hoki mai, ki tā tātou kāwana. And, you know, we've got to try and figure out this year the challenge for Te Pāti Māori is actually how we don't buy into this behaviour. Because one of the things that we have seen is that we have found the magic juice and the power to mobilise tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, in fact, if not hundreds of millions of people to be aware of the politics in Aotearoa. So for us, this theme is 2025. And contrary to what the Prime Minister's speech is saying, we will not be thanking him for what it is that his party has put on Māori this year, because it is not what we have experienced a year of thriving from him. So as Te Pāti Māori, as tangata whenua, as tangata titi, as tangata tiriti, as tangata moana, we are refusing to become a part of the culture that the government has perpetuated last year. And we've endured that, and I know that some senior ministers hate hearing this, but it is a reminder that we have endured that for 184 years. So 2025 has to be what it is we're going to hold you to account. Ani Mikaere said yesterday in her oral submission to the Seymour and Atlas Bill, the Crown occupies its current position of privilege by virtue of the fact that it has lied, cheated and infected its way to dominance for decades. Dominance immediately following Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So we don't expect a heck of a lot from this year's statement and the way that things have been panning. We won't thank the government for the gang patch law that you so proudly boast about, that you can't, where even our whānau can't rest at tangi. We asked in the last year, 9 days into the gang patch law, how many Māori have been arrested? Guess how many whānau? We have 1,352. 9 days into this new bill, 306 who belong into Te Aihoauru electorate. So we won't be thanking you for the economic benefits that most people saw here. As you know, they catered to the 2% hoarding the wealth and furthering disparity. We won't thank you for the disestablishment and dismantling of anything Māori. We won't thank you for aiding genocide. And as we saw beautiful Palestinian whānau returning to their homes that no longer exist, we may never forget the role of this government and what it played, and been extremely embarrassed and disappointed that they turned their backs on another Indigenous peoples in this time. No thank you there. You have allowed, sadly, Prime Minister, a nation that has feasted off division, hate and fear like never seen before. And Aotearoa 2025 is a country where we've seen a lot of our whānau suffocating from the cost of living, where they are, we've got a government can't balance its books, we've got hard-working whānau that are trying to juggle putting with multiple jobs, putting kai on the table. There is absolutely nothing that is affecting the well-being of our communities. You have fed the wealthy. The gentry, the landlords, while our whānau have been left behind. And Mr Prime Minister, you have allowed the Māori solutions, the marginalisation of tangata whenua, the whitewashing of the Treaty Tribunal, the iwi that you want to partner with economically are lining up, submitting against you, against your policies and the policies that you have allowed to come through the front door. So then we come to the Treaty Principles Bill, and I did stay and listen to every leader. And I guess, as you can probably guess, we will definitely not be thanking you there. A week out from Waitangi, we as Māori together with Tangata Riti once again will show how we rise and how we mobilise kotahitanga, our koi, carrying the strength of our tupuna with mana and grace as we collectively throw a bill that your government allowed in the bin. Actually, that could be our next activity in the House.
Ms. Narawapaka, you're liberally using the word you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Through the chair, please.
Apologies. So here we have another round, and we've got Regulatory Standards Bill, which is about allowing further corporate exploitation. So we will stand with those who share the same values as us. We will make sure in the first 100 days of the next government, which we are no doubt going to be a part of, that we will get rid of all of those bills. Yesterday we saw ngā iwi o Taranaki telling the Prime Minister, kia tūpato. We heard Ngāti Toa speak to the promises made in their settlement. We saw hauora experts like Helen Leahy tell you how Māori would be disadvantaged. Lawyers like Natalie Coates spelling out the legal ramifications. Rangatahi like Te Kanawa Wilson explaining what this bill would mean for him as a young man raised fully, confidently in Te Ao Māori. And you will find, the Prime Minister will find so many more once the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of submissions come through. And these, please remember, Prime Minister, are not the radical voices of radical Māori that Hobson's pledge promote they are. These are everyday tangata whenua, everyday tangata tiriti, who are sitting there saying, kia tūpato. So we won't be thankful for any of the damage that has been going on in Aotearoa, the embarrassment that the rest of the world has seen in the race relationships in Aotearoa. So I need to be really clear. So as we move into 2020 Thrive, to everyone who wrote and submitted and are allowed to speak to Seymour's Kennel Bill, you continue to show where the real mana and unity and kotahitanga in Aotearoa lies. We are filled with immense pride as we see all of you showing up, all of you watching the lives, all of you now political commentators, and we are absolutely proud to be able to see the continuation of the energy of the hikoi as we saw last year. So one day our mokopuna will all look back at this with real pride. Toi tū te tiriti. So I've just come from Ratana last week, as has the party, and I'd like to mihi to all of those who've been there and are a living example of what this government could and should be striving towards. These examples are all around us. So please, Prime Minister, don't just show up and use these kaupapa, live it. Don't just spill empty words, listen to theirs. We have to be examples, yours aren't and theirs are. That's what 2020 Thrive is about. A mihi and we mihi to the hundreds of thousands of tangata whenua, tangata moana, tangata tiriti, who marched and stood and continue to fight against this anti-Māori agenda. We mihi to those who have chosen to wear their hearts on their sleeves, who continue and have learned and actually wānanga and teach others what submissions and what to be a submitter is. I mihi to the 70-plus Pākehā women who pulled me up, the Pākehā parents, the Pākehā businesses who have never voted to Pāti Māori, who are previously national voters who will never, ever vote for them again, saying that they will never stay quiet against the division that they've had to see. They stand with Te Pāti Māori on the side of peace and aroha, because that's what kotahitanga and our role in this place has to be. You either get to yell and scream and behave in a way that the rest of the country is just embarrassed by, or you come together and you manaki our manuhiri, we manaki each other's kōrero, and we have, indeed, a dignified discussion. This will be, sadly, a time where we see a government that has put wealth before people. And I want to be clear, Te Pāti Māori is not anti-wealth. We're not envy wealth. We're just anti a system where the tax system is not fair for all. And it seems like it's become real, the elephant in the room, that every time we mention that. That's not been anti-economic development. That's actually calling it out for what it is. So we see that this, and sadly what we see is the government and our Prime Minister's tyranny and their ability to completely leave Māori out and to carry on with this platform. And our prediction that this will be a one-term government. Because this year we will continue to use our influence, our sphere of political platform to unite this nation, to leave no one behind, to make sure that the spirit of te tiriti and indeed the honour of being tangata whenua is realised and felt by all. Where you have fear, where there is fear, we will give light. Where you give hate, where there is hate, we will give aroha. We've seen thousands of Māori join the Māori roll over the past few months. We look forward to seeing tens of thousands more before the next election. This is another reminder of the influence that Te Pāti Māori has. No party in here can do what we do, and we get that no one gets us. Where you hate and berate, where you divide and conquer, we will continue to use Māori activism, and we will continue to be driven to make sure that there is somewhere for people to go, leaving no one behind. Removing our rights was an urgent priority for this Prime Minister. Economically, I've said this before, we will focus on redistributing wealth. We will fight the tax and fight the hyper-rich. We'll focus on what our options are. What are our economic options? What does economic transformation in Aotearoa look like? How is it that iwi, who have suddenly become perpetual, long-term perpetual investors, are performing better than those who have been 200-300 years ahead of us? There is lessons to be learnt in the economic development, but we're not having that conversation because the government will not let go the rails of the conservative, old-style economics. Our growth plan will not revolve around stealing Māori rights, lands and resources and selling them off to the highest bidder. It will be focused on issues like we saw in He Kai Ka Kuringa, partnering with iwi, looking at PPPs, developing sustainable energy solutions, creating community regional economic investments, developing papakainga and capital solutions for those who cannot access it. This Prime Minister's solution to the cost of living crisis is investing in New Zealand by exploiting our whenua, a quick buck. That is not going to work in the long run. And if there's anything we have more than anyone else in Aotearoa is the experience of having to redevelop an economy when it has been wiped out. Nowhere are we seeing intergenerational focus on the economic development and well-being of Aotearoa. Nowhere. Cutting benefits, cutting the minimum wage, voting against voting against GST-free kai. These are about bringing down the cost of living and caring about everybody in Aotearoa. The economic solutions in the Prime Minister's agenda has no care for ordinary people, ordinary New Zealanders. There's no care in here at all. So we take a real serious issue and we will continue to fight hard against the Atlas agendas because that domination cannot be the way that we grow our well-being, our economy. We will continue to do it every time. Prioritise our whole community well-being and collective responsibility and obligations against corporate exploitation because that's what Fast Track allowed in. We'll ban seabed mining, we'll invest in science and innovation and education to move away from twilight industries, and we will be active in transformation and energy equity for communities. It's clear, it's really clear where this government's priorities lie. At no stage did we see any solutions, oranga whānau, oranga tangata, oranga whenua. All we saw was the rich getting richer. That is not enough anymore. Where is your innovation, your transformation promised? The Treaty Principles Bill has shown us that we need to have a constitutional discussion. I found myself uncomfortably agreeing with parts of what David Seymour said, but the discussion should be led by iwi and hapu. It does not belong in this place. And we will invest proactively in Mātiki Mai because nowhere else has the degree and the extent of 280 plus hui happened across the nation like Mātiki Mai. I would bet if I was to ask how many recommendations, what do you know about Mātiki Mai? There's not too many in the coalition government that could sit there and talk about it because it has not been embraced as the solution that it should be. That kōrero needs to continue and we will never ever be able to have the kōtahitanga that a nation that has tangata whenua. It has Indigenous peoples. We were here and our rights existed before anyone else. And as much as some people may not want to admit these Indigenous peoples in Aotearoa, there is, and it's us. And we make up at least 1 million of us. And we are proud to be Māori. And Te Pāti Māori is proud that as proud Māori we have proud tangata moana and tangata tiriti. And this whole concept of sparking a conversation and talking proactively about the foundation for constitutional transformation in Aotearoa must be something that is put on the agenda, because I tell you, our mokopuna, my mokopuna are laughing at how politicians talk about te tiriti, how little knowledge is talked about. Yesterday I listened to a submitter who actually truly thinks that we are so bad as Māori that she is unsafe from Māori. What permeates and creates such hatred in somebody that they could really fear Māori to that extent, really fear what it is that we would do? It's just crazy. And I challenge the Prime Minister in his statement. Yep. You cannot be a Prime Minister with a statement that ignores that we exist, because we're going nowhere. We are growing, and we have a strong, robust economy. And I repeat this, we will not invest with the same parties and partners that we're standing in queue submitting against. We simply will not. I guess the other thing that I want to leave is that our kingi has reminded us about being Māori every day and what this means to us individually, but what this means to us in Aotearoa. Do we truly, do politicians truly, does this House truly, even every day and here, how does it allow and encourage Māori to be Māori every day when we've spent a year with this Prime Minister defending who we are? And I really don't care what anyone thinks about me. I really don't care what they think and have to say about me, but I do about my mokopuna. And I will rise and encourage every influence we can to make sure that our mokopuna never have to feel berated or left out. I think the other thing is that we have to talk about is that how we make sure that we have the strength of who we are as tangata whenua. We talk about foreign affairs, and it's something that actually Rawiri is really passionate about. Our foreign affairs policy is to actually extend and strengthen off the relationships that we have as Indigenous peoples. Those are relationships that no one else across the world can do as well. That is a strength for Aotearoa's future, and those are discussions that we should be having. This whole same old isn't cutting it, because not only are we politically extremely divided at the moment, but we're also leaving some really great opportunities behind, because we can't sit down and have a discussion truly of what it is that is our strength. Instead, what should be our biggest uniqueness, having an Indigenous nation who never ceded sovereignty, has now become a real sad point of defence. I want to finish with some of these things. So I want to say also to our whānau, you have been able to prove without a doubt what kotahitanga looks like. Do that every day, individually in your home, in your communities, your marae, however it looks. Make sure you keep up that kotahitanga, because kotahitanga is not a noun, it's an adjective. It's a doing thing. It is something that we need to be seen as doing every day and hold ourselves. Rest is resistance. We've got a lot on this year. We've got the Māori Wards referendum. We've got the bill coming up, Seymour's bill in May. We have a whole lot of kaupapa to make sure that we rest and settle for and continue to grow. But I do want to finish with something that actually came from a well-esteemed man and somebody that Māori really rate, a tangata tiriti who is actually a ex-national minister. And it was something I heard him say in the submissions yesterday. Chris Finlayson said, Parliament can legislate the earth is flat. That doesn't make it flat. And to our Prime Minister, let's stop spouting flat earth policy energy and actually embrace the fact that you are surrounded by tangata whenua, and it doesn't have to be any of us in Te Pāti Māori, but they are here forever. And tangata whenua and te tiriti is here forever. And as was stated at Ratana, you're not. So that is our feedback on the statement. I hope that it's taken constructively with the aroha and the time that we gave into thinking about it and talking about it. Nō reiri te aho tā tātou tūpuna, tēnā koutou, kia ora koutou katoa.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you for that warm applause.
I call the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you. Very good to get the full wholehearted support of the Māori Party as I stand to talk today about the Prime Minister's statement in the start of the political year. And the starting point, of course, is the very much focus of the government this year is to get some growth into this economy, to create some wealth and to make a living in a competitive world. And I think all of us who have been out and about at on the beaches and in the bush and having a break in electorates all around this country, and I've been way up north and in far-flung parts, the conversation, apart from the weather around here, the primary conversation has been, yes, it has been a difficult economic time. And there are a lot of people, particularly small business people, who have been really struggling after a long extended period of a down cycle in the economy. Now we can point to many of the mistakes made over the past few years that contributed to that, but a lot of it's also global changes and pressures going on. But the reality is that many New Zealand families have been finding it tough, and that is why when we look at the things that New Zealanders are most concerned about and most worried about, is they want to see some relief in the cost of living that their families are facing, buying the groceries, getting ready for school, all those things, and they want to see a growth plan so that when we look out into the future, this is the place to stay, and it makes sense from an economic point of view, and that is precisely what this government is focused on, and what the Prime Minister talked about in his speech only a couple of hours ago. And the recipe for getting greater growth is not dramatically difficult to understand or to change. It just hasn't been done by previous governments. About encouraging investment in the country, because ultimately, if you want to get growth, it's about businesses large and small investing and growing their business, starting a new business, buying new plant and machinery, hiring new people. It's all about investment decisions. And so creating an environment where people feel confident to invest is critical. And we've seen actually already a lift in business confidence levels, notwithstanding all the challenges, and that's because they see help is on this way. We've also seen the important focus on technology and innovation, and there's a lot going on there, and we were very much inspired last week at our two-day caucus for the National Party to have an address by Peter Beck, Rocket Man, and what a wonderful entrepreneurial story that is in New Zealand, and we should be celebrating that sort of thing. The fact that a boy from Invercargill went on to create a highly successful business in the world of rocketry and sending satellites into space, competing with the best globally, is a really great thing to see. And so New Zealanders do have the ability to reach for the stars, and we celebrate that, and we need more of it. We're also out there looking for export markets, and we're thinking also long-term around education, because ultimately a skilled workforce is critical to all that, and that's why Erica Stampert is making sure that A, the kids go to school, and B, that they're taught a world-class curriculum, and 3, that they're actually going to measure progress against that curriculum. And then of course one of the core foundations of getting growth into the economy is getting some discipline around the regulatory environment and trying to remove the roadblocks, and that's what the fast-track legislation is all about, in many other areas. And so we're going to get on with it. We're going to dig up some stuff. We're going to make some money in this country. And I'm so sick of hearing people saying, the people get paid more in Australia, the doctors and nurses and the teachers get paid more in Australia. Well, they get paid more in Australia because Australia does more things. They dig stuff out of the ground and they make some money. And if we want to compete, and we want to have high quality living standards. We can't just keep on saying no to everything. We don't want everything. We've got to say yes. We've actually got to say, let's go and do some stuff. Let's make a living in this country. Let's get active and competitive. Because the reality is, and anybody who's got eyes to see looks upon the world and they see many countries of the world struggling, going sideways. They see the United States going gangbusters economically, and they still want to go faster. And they're out there hustling and doing well. And that's what we in our country need to be doing as well. Hustling and doing our best to compete effectively in the world. And so if you want to be competitive, you're going to grow, you've got to look at your cost structure, all those basic things which this government is doing. And that's why Nicola Willis is doing a great job getting the government's fiscal books in shape. Now, another element of this whole broader context of a strong economy is safety, public safety, and dealing effectively with crime is also an important element, and that is what I'm particularly responsible for as Minister of Justice. And this government has had one of our clear three priorities is to restore law and order. Because we had a revolving door of police ministers in the last legislation and justice ministers, and they kept on coming and going, and they were soft, and they came up with excuses for crime, and it was always everybody else's fault and not the criminal's fault for crime. And that led to encourage the big increase in crime that we saw and which concerned many people. And so this government's about restoring consequences for crime, and that's why we've already brought back three strikes legislation. We've passed the gang laws, which gives the police extra powers to deal with gangs who are a tiny fraction of the population but are responsible for a very significant amount of the violent crime in our community, and we're sick of it. And isn't it great to be able to have gone around over the summer and not seen gang patches everywhere where we went? And thanks to the work of the police and the legislation that's passed. And people will say, oh, well, the problem's not solved. Well, we're making progress and we're putting pressure on those gangs and making their lives difficult and uncomfortable, and that's what we're all on about. And my colleague Mark Mitchell's been working very hard in that area as well, Mr. Speaker. And then on the sentencing laws, we're about to be passing in a week or two the overall cap on the amount of discounts that can be allowed in sentencing. And again, if you read the newspapers or listen to the radio or go online and see stories, there's been more stories of people who are convicted of serious crimes and had their sentencing reduced on a colossal scale so that the consequences are not very severe. And people want to see consequences for crime, and so that's going to change. And there will be a limit on the amount of discounts that can be offered, and people will be held more accountable for what's going on. Another piece of legislation coming down the track is stalking legislation, and also over the next few months we'll be looking at, we're getting some good advice out of the Retail Advisory, Crime Advisory Group led by Sunny Kaushal, with some practical things that we can do to help those retailers who have been on the thick end, on the violent end of completely unacceptable behaviour in some of our towns and communities. We've made real progress on the ram raids, but there's a lot more to do so that New Zealanders feel safe in their community. They feel safe when they're around, because we're focused on reducing the number of victims of crime, but also creating an environment where people feel confident to invest and start new retail businesses without having to worry about security being the number one focus of attention, because that doesn't make sense for anybody. Separate from that, of course, we're also interested in ensuring that we've got a good, efficient legal system that's predictable and people know where they are and they can get judgments and outcomes to the work that they're doing. I just want to make mention of the fact that the progress we're making on the New Zealand Crime and Victims Survey, the latest figures that we had for the 12 months to October 2024, we had 24,000 fewer victims of crimes than they did in the 12 months to June 2024. Now, it's early days, but it goes to show that if you're clear about what you're trying to achieve, that you're not making excuses for crime all the time, but people are accountable, and the government of the day sends a clear message that we back the police, we back law-abiding citizens, we're not in favour of the gangs, we're not in favour of explaining and coming up with excuses for people who do criminal acts and steal from other New Zealanders and create violence in our community, then you start to make some progress there. Mr. Speaker, I'm also conscious of the fact that we're coming up to an important week next week up in Waitangi. I'll be up in the north, very keen to talk to the broader Ngāpuhi community. There are two things that would make a real difference to Northland. One is a decent road, and now Chris Bishop is focused on that. And two, getting the Ngāpuhi settlement through. And there's lots of discussions that I'll be having there, and I'm looking forward to those discussions, recognising that there's been a long process over 30 years to work away on treaty settlements. National governments have made a lot of progress in the past, and it's my sincere hope that over the next week we'll have some good constructive conversations and we'll get on, because there's, again, all number of people that will say, no, we don't want to do this for a whole lot of reasons. And my plea to the many different hapu of Ngāpuhi is that let's listen to some of the ones who say, yes, let's see if we can make a deal. Let's see if we can make some progress so that we can get Northland cooking with gas over the next little while. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Willow G. Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai o te whare. Tuatahi māku e tautoko ana hau I te āhuatanga o ngā mihi ki ngā mate huhua o te wā. Ngā mate o te tau kua pahure ake nei me te tau hau anō hoki. Madam Speaker, I would just like to endorse the earlier comments and speeches given to those many who have passed in recent times. Turning now to the Prime Minister's statement, if I could sum up what I heard in the 20 minutes that he gave a speech, well, really there was only about 10 minutes where he was kind of talking about national, because the other 9 to 10 minutes was all focused on Labour. But if I were to distill down what I thought I heard him saying in that 10 minutes of speech, it would be really that the economy, they are failing the economy, that the cost of living has dropped off their agenda, that they don't care about people and people's jobs, and kia tūpato, kia matara, they are opening the door to privatisation. I don't understand, Māori, so. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister in the last 2 minutes of that speech talked about education, and he talked about the outstanding start he wanted for our tamariki. Getting them to school, well, that'd be all good if Erica Stamford wasn't cancelling school bus routes. He talked about the amazing resources. Well, do not forget, Madam Speaker, that those amazing resources, $30 million worth of resources, are coming at the expense of te reo Māori. They took $30 million from Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori to pay for these amazing resources for our schools. Why didn't they do both? Why couldn't they do both? These are all choices that this government has made. Now, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, he talks a big game. He talks a big game about economic growth, but words mean nothing when so many Kiwis are struggling just to make ends meet. As thousands of tamariki are returning to school this week, families across the country are experiencing stress to meet the costs of uniforms, stationery, digital devices, kai, and more. Far too many families are increasingly relying on support, and for some tamariki, it simply means going without, undermining their ability to learn and to develop their unique talents. In fact, many of those children will also not have enough food to eat, Madam Speaker, and research released last year shows that teenagers who don't get enough to eat end up 2 to 4 years behind their peers in subjects like maths and reading. So we hear this government going on about numeracy and literacy and their investment and focus on that, yet they are reducing ka ako, ka ora, the school lunches program, from a lunch to a snack. Now, this brings me to the issue of child poverty. Christopher Luxon talks about an outstanding start for our tamariki in the education system. And he talks about ambition, but I did not see or hear any for our children. Last year, this government made a decision about indexing benefits that put 7,000 children, estimated up to 13,000 children, more children, into poverty. And this year, Madam Speaker, we know that the government is going to further weaken how they measure child poverty. All this talk about economic growth is meaningless if it translates to an acceptance that more of our mokapuna will not get the basics that they need to thrive. Our whānau deserve better than this. Madam Speaker, this year we will continue to see the impacts of the cuts to oranga tamariki and the services to our children, the cuts in the areas of early intervention and prevention. All of this rhetoric that we hear from the government, we will see the impact of these deep cuts, which the minister could not rule out that they would not make further cuts in this year's budget, the impact that that is going to have on our most vulnerable children and whānau in Aotearoa. We need to remember, Madam Speaker, that last year they cut hundreds of providers and their contracts. It was shambolic, it was haphazard, and the Auditor General is inquiring into this, and we look forward to that report. The Prime Minister talked about youth crime and their focus on law and order. Well, this government is reinstating the failed experiment of boot camps. This government is putting those boot camps, the pilot, into legislation before it has even been completed, before it has even been evaluated. Tomorrow, we will start hearing submissions on the boot camp legislation, more punitive measures without any safeguards against, once again, officials' advice. And sadly, once again, Māori needs neglected. The bill makes no mention of Māori, makes no mention of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, yet the evidence shows in the officials' advice that 80 to 85% of the young people who will be classed as young serious offenders will be Māori. And Madam Speaker, with the remaining time, that brings me to something I didn't hear in the Prime Minister's statement this afternoon. I didn't hear any reference to the amazing Māori economy. Madam Speaker, MB's snapshot of the Māori economy ahead of their fourth report due out soon shows that Māori the asset base has grown exponentially from 68 billion in 2018 to 118 billion in 2023, with more Māori in high-skilled jobs than low-skilled jobs for the first time ever. The Prime Minister didn't speak about that today. He didn't speak about it in his State of the Nation speech. He didn't speak about it at Ratana. All missed opportunities or deliberate oversight, or maybe the Prime Minister just does not even see it or care about it. They do care about Māori, though, Madam Speaker. Many of my relations, many of the community, many of my friends, many of the constituents in Taitokero and across the country spent their summer writing submissions to a piece of legislation that the Prime Minister has says will not go past a second reading. However, I listened to the contribution from David Seymour, who says, I still doubt that it will not pass. It suggests, Madam Speaker, that he's calling the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, who have said it categorically at Ratana and other places, liars. Because he said, the future Deputy Prime Minister says, he still doubts that it will not pass. Tomorrow night, Madam Speaker, we will have the second reading of the repeal of Section 7AA. This is removing treaty principles, treaty provisions from legislation. The Treaty Principles Bill is not the only attack on Māori. It is not the only thing that we need to be aware of in the year to come. Tomorrow night, we will see that legislation receive its second reading, and I'll speak more to that tomorrow night. Right now, this government is planning to remove or replace more than 28 legislative provisions for Te Tiriti o Waitangi from legislation. That is a New Zealand first national coalition agreement. So while everybody, rightly so, is focused in submitting on the Treaty Principles Bill, do not forget that they are doing it with Section 7AA tomorrow night and 28 other pieces of legislation. Our party will continue to hold this government to account throughout 2025 on all of the things that they are doing, as co-chair of the Māori caucus, that they are doing that is anti-Māori. He could have spoken about the Māori economy and what it could have contributed to their plan, but the Prime Minister didn't, Madam Speaker, and I think that speaks volumes.
I call the Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to take the opportunity as this is my first chance to speak in the House this year, of just wishing everyone a happy and healthy 2025. I have to say that the year started in the worst possible way for me as the Minister of Police, when I received a call on New Year's morning from the Commissioner to inform me that two of our police officers, Senior Sergeant Brad Ramsey and Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, had been allegedly intentionally run down. When I arrived in Nelson, I want to acknowledge that Rachel Boyack, the local MP, is in the House, and acknowledge your role and support that was provided to the police and the family also, Rachel, through what was a very difficult time and continues to be a difficult time for everyone. And I know that when I arrived that day in Nelson, the first thing that happened was that people at the airport immediately came up to me and couldn't understand what had happened. Couldn't work out how this had happened in the beautiful city of Nelson. I called the Mayor, Nick Smith, and want to acknowledge him and the council and his team, and then made my way to the police station to be with the team there. And I just want to acknowledge, we could all see as the police service for Lyn was broadcast, was live broadcast. I think anyone that was present or saw could see the utter devastation of Bryn, of Raina and Aaron, her husband and her two children. But the total devastation wasn't just with them, it was with all of us, and in particular the people of Nelson. And I want to acknowledge them in the way that they have responded, the way that they have responded to support the family, and the way that they have responded to support the local police. It's a family with a lot of public service. If you look at Woody, Lyn's brother, he's been a firefighter for decades, and I want to acknowledge all of our FENS officers that turned out also on the day and around the country who were heavily impacted by this as well, and stood proudly as part of Lyn's honour guard on the day. I want to acknowledge all of our police officers. The one thing that does happen when you lose a frontline police officer is that blue family comes together and wraps support around one another, whether you are past or present. And that certainly happened in the case with Lyn. And I just want all of us to reflect, and I know that there have been a lot of statements and in relation to the loss of Lyn, but I just want all of us to reflect on the fact that she gave 38 years of public service to our country. And when you think about the amount of people's lives that she has touched, that is extraordinary. And that deserves all of our respect and acknowledgement. And I think the Commissioner, when he spoke at her service, said that he'd gone back through her personal file, which over the years will accumulate in terms of if you get letters from members of the public to say thank you for the assistance that you may have provided us, or reports from supervisors. It really is a catalogue of your service in the police. And he was saying that going through Lyn's, it was just packed full of goodness. And what he meant by that is that members of the public, they have come forward and written letters reinforcing the type of police officer that she was, the type of leader that she was. And the type of leader that she was is that the night that she was struck down as a senior sergeant, probably had earned the right not to be out working night shift, had chosen to be out on night shift. She turned up with snacks for the officers that she was in charge of and in her care, so that they were cared for and looked after through the night. And we've lost her. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge her service and to acknowledge all of those that have been impacted and all of those that have wrapped the support, particularly around the family. And by the way, Bryn is a serving police officer himself. That's how they met. They actually, both of them joined originally as officers with the Ministry of Transport and then with the amalgamation, and have been together right through their law enforcement career. I want to just acknowledge our police and the outstanding work they've done over the holiday period through Christmas. They don't get to take time off. They're out there making sure the public are safe, and they've had some challenges. They've done an outstanding job. I'm very proud of them and the work that they do. I want to acknowledge all of our first responders. With the emergency management portfolio, we had several fires over the holiday season, and we all watched with disbelief as the fires in LA got out of control. And of course, there's going to be a lot of questions asked around leadership and decisions and how that was allowed to happen. But I have to say that I'm extremely proud of our FENS, of our first responders, the leadership there, the decisions that are made early, and the fact that many of our firefighters, when they respond, are volunteers, and they're coming out of the community and giving up their time and their holidays to be there for the communities that they live in. And I had direct personal experience of that when there was a fire on the Coromandel in Kuatunu. It was one that could have got out of control very, very quickly. And our volunteer firefighters from Kuatunu, from Whoratoa, from Matarangi responded almost immediately. They were backed up by Whirianga, and for 3 days, and with the assistance of 3 helicopters, they fought in very arduous and difficult terrain to get that fire under control and make sure that the houses and the people that lived in the community were protected, and I want to acknowledge them. I've only just arrived back in the country myself today. I want to acknowledge obviously the situation that we have in Mangawhai. I've been speaking with Grant McCullum, the local MP, and I intend to get up there as quickly as I can to get on the ground. Grant McCullum?
Grady.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he's sitting right beside me. Yeah, he is. He is a great MP. I want to acknowledge my corrections team, because they're often invisible. The only time we really hear about corrections is when something goes wrong. They deal with and they have to manage some of the most difficult people in our country. Often violent people that are looking for ways of defeating the system. And I want to acknowledge all of our corrections personnel, whether it be community-based and the work that you did over the summer break, or whether it be our staff and our officers inside our corrections facilities. You do an outstanding job. And I popped in and visited our corrections staff in Nelson when I was down there for Lyn's service to thank them, because they were there as well to support the police and make sure that they were all together and provide that camaraderie and support. And I want to thank and acknowledge them. I want to thank NEMA, our emergency management staff from NEMA, who have a 24/7 operations centre, who are always there. Again, you don't hear much from them, but they're always there monitoring everything that we have to deal with as a country in terms of our risk and weather events. And since I've been the minister, we've had fires, we've had floods, we've had earthquakes, we've had space weather to deal with, and most recently a tornado. And I want to thank them and all of our civil defence people around the country for your vigilance and your work over the summer period. And I guess I just want to finish with saying that over the break, obviously I'm very proud to have picked up 2 additional portfolios, sport and rec, which is critically important for us as a country, and I'm looking forward to working with Chris Bishop as my associate with that portfolio, and of course ethnic communities, which is one that I'm very, very proud to have been given, because I've been heavily involved in our ethnic communities as a Member of Parliament for 12 or 13 years. And I look forward to deepening those relationships. I know that certainly since I've had the police portfolio, there's a lot of interaction because public safety is extremely important to our ethnic communities. And the other thing that I really enjoy about it is that I've had the privilege during my working life to have lived and worked alongside them in their own countries, not just here in New Zealand. And it's nice to be able to have conversations with them about their village or the areas that they may be from, because I have personal experience. So I'm excited to really get into and get involved with our ethnic communities on a new level as the Minister. Finally, I just want to say that that when it comes to the gang legislation, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith referred to it, it's been outstanding. It's working, without a doubt. It's tipped the balance back to our police, and our frontline police have received the initiative when it comes to organised crime and gangs. And that's something that you're going to see more of from this government this year. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I call Lyn Fleming. I understand this is a split call.
It is a split call. I'm Tamara Paul, that's Lyn Fleming. Yeah, kia ora.
Sorry.
So, Madam Speaker, in the 17 pages of this statement to Parliament by our Prime Minister, there is not one mention of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in this speech, which is ironic given that the bill that the Prime Minister neglected to even mention is the most submitted on bill in the history of this country. Not to mention it's also the thing that allows for this Parliament to even stand in the first place, and it's also the thing that gives him the ability to even be the Prime Minister in the first place. But the Prime Minister is so ashamed that he doesn't even mention it. He isn't showing his face at Waitangi. He won't go out and greet the 100,000 people on the lawn, and now he won't even mention the words Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Shame. Because just because you refuse to acknowledge Te Tiriti doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And just because he refuses to honour it doesn't mean that there isn't another government and another Prime Minister, maybe on that side of the House, that actually will acknowledge the agreement that this House and his forebearers signed. And I knew the Prime Minister wouldn't mention the one thing that roughly 6% of the people that he purports to represent care about. So let's talk about the things that he did think were important enough to mention in his speech. He wants to talk about growth. Well, let's talk about an inconvenient truth when it comes to growth. The fields that he wants to farm on, the mines that he wants to ram raid, the streams that he wants to pipe underground, the mega prisons that he wants to build and fill my people up with, they all rest on stolen land. Let's talk about our international reputation. The way that this government has treated its Indigenous people has made us the laughingstock of this planet. We were once known for punching well above our weight, and now we're just known for punching down on the first people that were on this whenua. It's like Air New Zealand back in the day when they wanted to put the korua all over their plane, but they didn't want to let their own kaimahi wear tāmoko. In the words of Helmut Modlik from Ngāti Toa yesterday in the hearings, this bill that he won't even mention is an international embarrassment. So how are we supposed to do all these trade deals and all of this growth around the world when we're just a laughingstock? When the world is watching, they don't even know the Prime Minister's name. You know what name they do know? That name over there, Hanarāwhiti. Now let's talk about international treaties. New Zealand has signed up to 1,900 treaties. We are a party to 1,900 treaties. And the one that founded our own parliament is the one that our government does not give a toss about. The Prime Minister didn't mention the embarrassment of that bill. But he did mention the Regulatory Standards Bill, and let's put this on the record, because the Treaty Principles Bill, yeah, it's going to die, but there are other bills that this government has signed up to and agreed to legislate within their coalition agreement, the Holy Coalition Agreement, that will impact our laws, which will remove te tiriti as a law-making principle within this country. So you can get up there and you can talk to the media and you can talk to the people and say that the treaty's not going anywhere, we're not doing anything to the treaty. You are. And people aren't stupid, and that's why the Regulatory Standards Bill was also one of the most submitted on bills, consultations from a government department in the history of this country. So that will be your legacy, Prime Minister. That will be your legacy. Mobilising and agitating the entire population to get rid of him. And that will be his legacy. And his own forebearers have warned him. Marilyn Waring, Chris Finlayson, even Roger Douglas are all saying, what the heck are you fellas up to? That will be the legacy that you guys continue. And it's like Chris Finlayson said yesterday, this Parliament, it can make laws, but it is not omnipotent. And Christopher Luxon, you are not God, and you cannot change the facts, history, or the founding of this country. And the government should stop acting like they are more important than the people that were first here and the agreement that established this rotten place.
Amen. I now call Lyn Fleming.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. The most golden part of this break has been, alongside many Kiwis, getting some time to focus on the things that really matter. And it's that connection to each other, be it our whānau or our friends or our communities, and connection to te taio, our environment. And it's a time that makes it so crystal clear that our well-being as Kiwis is grounded in that very connection between people and nature under our foundation of te tiriti or Waitangi. So it's been so incredibly jarring to now be back here in this chamber in 2025, back in the same old, outdated, visionless throes of this government's actions that so comprehensively dismantle and destroy not only our foundations, which my colleague has so accurately pointed out, but the only things that have any real value. That's the health of our people and the health of te taio. And it's all for a cheap shot, a quick buck, based on this blind belief that economic growth will solve our immense pressing challenges. I wanted to pick up, Madam Speaker, on one of the Prime Minister's statements about how New Zealand has a culture of saying no. And from what myself and many Kiwis have seen under this government, that's actually a surprisingly accurate description of this government's actions. They've roared out of the blocks, his words, with a big bulldozing no to environmental protections. They say no to honouring te tiriti obligations, to climate action, no to protecting marine areas and protecting them in the way where commercial fishing can't just come in and plunder them. They say no to protecting and restoring our polluted waterways, no to even basic levels of funding for our environmental agencies, and no to even the data and evidence for them to even have a chance at making good decisions. Madam Speaker, it is truly extraordinary how hollow the claims are of this government around evidence-based decision-making. They persist in saying that they're committed to it while directly reducing the processes and funding that allow themselves to be informed or even allow the science and the mātauranga to actually be undertaken or applied to their decision-making. The PM was equally confused and backwards when he said they're replacing the Resource Management Act with a system that will, quote, continue protecting our natural environment. Unfortunately, just because one says it so, doesn't make it so. It's nothing short of delusional to drive 1,000 cuts into our environmental and science sectors and across the board of environmental legislation and see that as protection, We know the government's fast-track bill overrides almost every existing protection that we have, and it even gives life to zombie projects already declined by the courts. It encourages multinational companies to come to New Zealand to exploit our environment for offshore profits, and once they've come and gone and pillaged the environment, communities are left to clean up the mess, having lost whatever biodiverse or community riches that existed. Madam Speaker, the Kiwis that I know and have seen operate in this country of Aotearoa want a living economy full of life, of innovation and well-being. Dishing out blind yeses to developments that can harm either ourselves or to tire our environment more often than not means chucking out precaution. It means chucking out the government's duty of care to protect ourselves and our environment, no matter the politics. It often means chucking out the voices of people with actual expertise and mātauranga within our society. It's our literal basis of knowledge and understanding, and we can't chuck that stuff out. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister promised this would be a government of action, and he's right. It's the most reckless, narrow-minded, short-sighted actions that put at risk the very things that Kiwis hold most dear, and it's so jarringly out of step with the culture of Aotearoa. Kia ora.
Honourable Todd McLean.
Thank you so very much. May I wish you and your colleagues the very best for the start of the new year, and to say the sun on the West Coast must have been shining as much as it was in Rotorua, because you are looking relaxed and happy, and so it's very good to see you, Madam Speaker. Can I start by thanking, as our Prime Minister did in his speech in this House earlier today, the farmers of New Zealand, the primary sector, for all that they have done, and to reiterate his words about how much they are respected and how much we value their contribution. And it's more than just economic, although they are a big part of growth in New Zealand, and a very big part of the government's plan, not only to provide greater incomes for all New Zealanders through the doubling of the value of exports over a decade, but they actually add to the fabric of what is important of New Zealand, the social fabric, the cultural fabric, and the things that make us a great nation. And I know that as, Madam Speaker, you and I have a slight suntan, that same sun that was shining around the country has grown grass in parts that we needed it, where it had previously been too wet or where there was rain, and that grass is going to be transformed by the work of our farmers into high quality, safe food products that the world wants in abundance. And they know, as this government does, that we have an obligation to produce that high quality, safe food, the highest quality and safest food produced anywhere in the world by our farmers. And we have an obligation to do that so we can feed people everywhere, because there are parts of the world that aren't as lucky as New Zealand, where they don't have enough food and they need to buy it to feed their citizens from other parts of the world, and that's the role that our farmers play. But it hasn't happened just by chance. The men and women of rural New Zealand are some of the most innovative, hardest working from anywhere. And I've got to say, when I've had the opportunity to be overseas occasionally, that generally farmers around the world are envious of what our farmers do, because they have had a government that has helped free them up to innovate. And so there are farmers in New Zealand today who have the same land that their families have always had, and they produce much more to sell to the world, to feed people around the world, with fewer inputs and a smaller environmental footprint because of that innovation. And that's what's best about agriculture in New Zealand. Men and women who work hard every single day to meet their environmental obligations, to produce more with less, to sell to the world. And that's how we become richer as a country, we become more productive. But the reason that I say that is that, Madam Speaker, that farmers in other parts of the world are envious is because they wish they had the ability to be freed up to produce food in the way our farmers do, because ultimately, in my experience, farmers just want to get on a farm. They will meet the obligations to fill out the paperwork if they have to, but there should be a reason and a point to it. And as the Prime Minister has said in a speech today, or when we did the Rural Confidence Tour with Federated Farmers at the end of last year, we want to back the primary sector and have farmers out farming, not sitting in their office, filling out forms to prove things that often can't be proven, or to take them away from the land. And yes, you've all got obligations and there's always going to be a bit of paperwork, but when they're spending 20 or 30% of their time focused on that paperwork, then they're not innovating in the way that we need them to, and they're certainly not as productive as we need them to do. There's some very good news. So as well as the grass growing at the moment, which means that the beef and the lamb, where the prices are starting to improve, will be of higher quality, there'll be more of it. Of course, our dairy industry will be able to produce more dairy for exactly the same number of cows as they had last year, but they will produce more, and that makes the country richer. Every single person in the country benefits as a result, and it means that a high quality product is overseas where we have to compete, but we compete more easily because of that hard work. And Madam Speaker, we should as a House be united in our desire to lighten the load and the burden on those farmers so they can farm more, to have fewer regulations, better ones, regulations that focus on an outcome that actually achieves something, rather than a press release from a government that says, we've collected all this information. And that's why you have seen over the last 12 months the government work very, very hard to make it better for the rural sector, to simplify rules and regulations, to help them meet their obligations in climate change or an environment around water quality, because they want to do that. They're working with us, but to do so in such a way that we focus on the outcome. We don't just focus on the process. And I've got to say that, when we came to government and during the course of last year, confidence in the rural sector was at an all-time low. Year upon year, over the last 6 years of the previous government, rural confidence was shattered. And we're working hard to rebuild it. And I know that it's not far away from the sector and others doing their surveys of farmers. And I hope that that level of confidence is improved. Nothing to do with the government. I hope it's improved because that will tell us that we're getting it right and that they feel backed by the Prime Minister and the coalition government, and that they are working as hard as they can for all New Zealanders to fix the economy and to grow incomes. And part of that, of course, is making sure interest rates come down. We're starting to see them come down. I won't mention whom, but a farming leader told me that as there was the last cut to interest rates at the end of last year, what that actually meant for him on his small, moderate farm. And he said it now actually takes away the decision that he faced about whether he would keep employing all the people he has on his farm or would he have had to have let one go. And he said that means he can keep them there and can keep working hard and so on. And there's a lot more work to be done there. But the reason the government has been so focused over the last 12 months on being careful with government spending in all areas, particularly in agriculture, is so that interest rates can start to come down as inflation comes down, and that is beneficial and good for our farmers. The other part of this, Madam Speaker, is they produce the world's highest quality, safest food and fibre, fruit across the board. There must be markets we can sell it in. And can I thank the Prime Minister for going back to work so early whilst the sun was still shining, when others weren't yet back at work, and flying across to the UAE with me to put on paper the ink that signed the free trade agreement with the UAE, one of the highest quality on entry into force we've negotiated, and negotiated very, very quickly. The officials involved in that worked harder than we should ask them to, but they were up to the challenge, and they found two governments, the UAE and New Zealand, that just wanted to do a high quality deal, and we're going to work pretty hard, and I hope there will be support across the House to get that deal through the parliamentary process as quickly as we can, so New Zealand exporters and the workers that help produce the things we export will benefit straight away. And as we negotiated this in record time, let's see if we can pass it through the House in record time, offering every New Zealander the chance to submit and speak on it if they want to. And there's much more work we can do. And the reason we do these trade deals, and I want to recognise that the previous government, the opposition largely supported that legislation or that agreement, is because we level the playing field and we make it fairer for all New Zealanders when they're overseas. It's easier for them to compete, they do better, they earn more, they come back, they get to pay their tax, but they invest in the economy. A very big part of the government's agenda is growth, growth, growth. And I've been given responsibility this year, and a new responsibility for investment, which is foreign direct investment, as a minister. And we're setting up a new agency which will not be bureaucratic, it won't be large, it won't be expensive. It will be charged with working with New Zealanders to attract investment of overseas that is good for New Zealanders and good for the country. And it's as simple as this. We do not have the capital to do all the things that a government might want, nor to build our businesses or industries in the way that we would like to. Other countries will look to partner with us and invest, and if it is good for New Zealand and good for New Zealanders, we should be open to it. That doesn't mean that all capital around the world will find its way here, nor should it, but there is a lot out there, Madam Speaker, that can create jobs and can innovate and can modernise the economy and can help build the infrastructure that New Zealanders and the government will own, but build that infrastructure more quickly so that we can use it and rely upon it and improve our economy. An economy is about people. It is more than just a definition in a dictionary. An economy is people, and when people are able to work hard and keep more of what they earn in the primary sector and elsewhere, and they can provide for themselves, they are happier. And Madam Speaker, it will be my job, along with others across government, to look for the investment that we need to bring it here to grow our businesses, to innovate, to back the scientific community, and to grow the economy. Because growth is not a bad word, it's a good word. When you have growth in the economy, governments get to provide more, and we can provide more by taking less from the workers and the businesses. And the Prime Minister has been clear. This is a year of growth, growth, growth. There are three parties in the coalition government. There are three parts of that growth, and we are united and working hard for our farmers and every single New Zealander.
Oh, well said.
I call Rachel Boyack.
Huia huia tangata kotahi, he tōtara kua hinga. The feather of the huia for someone special, one dearly departed. On New Year's Day, the Nelson Tasman community was rocked with the tragic death of Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, who was killed while working the New Year's Eve shift to keep people safe in Buxton Square in Nelson's CBD. Can I acknowledge the support and the comments just made by our Police Minister Mark Mitchell, which I wholeheartedly endorse. Senior Sergeant Fleming had given 38 years of service to the community as a police officer. She was known as the matriarch of the Nelson Police Station, where she was a trusted mentor, quiet leader and kind friend to many. She looked after the well-being of other officers, while also setting high standards of service and professionalism. Her work extended into the community as a much-loved netball coach. She was humble. Many who worked for the police didn't know of her dedicated service to netball, while many in the netball community didn't know she was a police officer. She wasn't one to blow her own trumpet. Madam Speaker, every person who goes to work should come home safely to their family, and this includes our police and other first responders who work to keep our community safe. The outpouring of grief and support from the community shows how much Nelson values the work of our police and first responders. They and their families make enormous sacrifices to protect our communities, and they deserve our utmost respect. As Police Commissioner Richard Chambers so aptly said, we must remember behind the uniform is a human being. The Nelson community has come together in the most remarkable way to support Lyn's family and friends, her police family and each other following this tragic event. The laying of flowers and notes at the Central City Police Station, the thousands who signed condolence books, the beautiful community vigil held on the church steps where 2,000 people stood in the pouring rain to acknowledge Lyn and our local police. The minute silence at Saxton Oval and on the streets of Nelson were incredible examples of Nelson's love and support for Lyn's family, our local police and those who witnessed this tragic incident. I also want to acknowledge Senior Sergeant Adam Ramsey, who was critically injured. Nelsonians continue to ask about his recovery out of genuine care and concern for his well-being. Adam, please know that the whole Nelson community is right behind you as you continue your recovery.
I want to pay particular acknowledgement to those who were present at Buxton Square and who immediately came to Lyn and Adam's aid, as well as the other members of the public and officer who were injured. They were local first responders, witnesses, and other police officers working the beat that night. Your selflessness and care for Lyn and Adam was exemplary. To the team at Nelson Hospital who worked so desperately hard to try and save Lyn and provided the most remarkable care for her and her family, my thanks to you on behalf of the Nelson community for your incredible skill and service. Madam Speaker, 29 September is Police Remembrance Day, and every year the local police, their families and supporters gather at the flagpole at Nelson Station. I never thought I would see the flagpole outside the Nelson Station at half-mast for one of our own fallen officers. Tragic events like this shouldn't happen, and it is not how anyone in Nelson or across New Zealand wished for the year to begin. I was out in Nelson on New Year's Eve. I saw and spoke to officers out on the beat. It was a happy and celebratory night. This event was such a dreadful shock, and it shouldn't have happened. I thank Nelsonians for the compassion they have shown to those affected by this senseless tragedy and ask our community to continue keeping Lyn's family and our local police in their thoughts over the coming weeks and months. In particular, we continue to think of Lyn's immediate family, her husband Bryn, children Raina and Aaron, parents Ray and Colleen, and siblings Woody, Carol and Joe. As Lyn's son Aaron said at Lyn's funeral, there are no words. There are no words to express the grief and sorrow from this senseless tragedy. Rest in peace, Senior Sergeant Lyn Fleming, New Zealand Police, Lima Foxtrot Echo 773, whose watch ended 1 January 2025.
Glenn Bennett.
Madam Speaker, and it is always a privilege to stand in this House, but it's also a heavy privilege to be in this position and to be a Member of Parliament. I came in this morning with hopes and dreams, and by about 30 seconds into the Prime Minister's speech, I think most of those were crushed and destroyed. As we spend time debating the Prime Minister's address and his plan for 2025, it is really interesting to listen to his narrative and what the Prime Minister talks about and what the government talks about. And I just want to focus for a moment on the government, which, interestingly, most of the government ministers spent most of their time talking about us. But they talk about unleashing our economy. But I feel like it's more they should be talking about unleashing economic hardship. And if we look at the numbers, if we actually look at the statistics that's going on, this government is failing on the economy. If you look at what GDP growth, it's plummeted from what was 2.4% under Labour and is now it's on its steepest decline since 1991 if you take aside the blip of COVID-19. So this government is unleashing economic hardship, Madam Speaker. Also think about when it comes to the cost of living. Do we remember that phrase and narrative that just seems to have vanished from the lips of the Prime Minister and the government? It seems that they've abandoned their focus on helping everyday New Zealanders when it comes to the challenges of the cost of living, when things like insurance and rates and fuel and energy, transport costs, they continue to go up with inflation. They continue to go up. It seems that they just seem to have forgotten about that thing called the cost of living, which they spoke so much about. Then we look, Madam Speaker, at this government unleashing, let's just say, unleashing privatisation. The fact that they are flirting with this idea of privatisation, where the soon-to-be Deputy Prime Minister put that P word firmly in his State of the Nation speech last Friday. And from my perspective, in the community that I live in New Plymouth, we know privatisation well and what it means for our community. Back in the 1990s, the then national government sold off more than 11,500 state houses around Aotearoa, New Zealand. And in New Plymouth and Marfell, where I live, that ravaged the community in terms of the private market will care for tenants. The private market will be okay and fix it. But you drive around the community of Marfell today, and people often say, oh, that must be a state house, that must be a state house, that must be a state house. But they aren't state houses. Those are privately owned homes that were sold off when they did the privatisation of the 1990s when it comes to housing. So if we look at that, we realise that privatisation and flirting with this idea, whether it could be health, whether it could be education, it is something we should be really concerned about. And as I think about that privatisation and looking at Marfell from the 1990s, we look at the fact that they seem to be unleashing homelessness. As I look around my community, as we look around the communities of New Zealand, we see that they seem to be just shutting things down. They seem to be just ignoring, in fact, stopping the state housing build, and it is not good. Then, Madam Speaker, we come to unleashing our climate crisis. And again, in Taranaki, we were working to unleash an economy around clean, renewable energy. But this government passed the Fast Track Approvals Bill. That's what I'm talking about. So they passed the Fast Track Approvals Bill, which will stop, Miss Willis, which will stop the fact that offshore wind won't be able to happen, because on that list is seabed mining. And seabed mining cannot coexist with offshore wind. So we were working hard. In fact, one of the big overseas companies has already exited New Zealand because they realise that offshore wind is no longer a possibility because of fast track, because of the fact that they just want to do dirty mining offshore at sea. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at what's going on, it's not about our economy. It's around unleashing meanness, around unleashing division, around unleashing environmental degradation, unleashing economic hardship. Madam Speaker, we need to be concerned in 2025. We made it through, but how are we going to get to the end? I think and know we need a change of government.
I call the Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is great to be back in Parliament. It is going to be a good year for New Zealand and for this government. And I hope that every Kiwi out there has had a great summer break. I know that for many workers in New Zealand, there isn't too much of a break, and in particular thinking of some of those farmers who still have to get up even on Christmas Day, because it turns out the cows don't celebrate Christmas. But there's a lot of people who are working hard throughout the summer break, including our first responders, and we really thank them for what they've done to help keep Kiwis safe with their families when they have been out and about around the community. Now, a lot of people will be returning in 2025 for the work year and for the school year, and I really hope it is a good year for them. But we also know that there is some people in New Zealand who have been really struggling, and there is a particular concern about the cost of living and the economy and what we can do as a government to ensure that more Kiwis can have a better life and a more comfortable life. And that's my hope, that we can get some really good wins for everybody who's want to do better for themselves and for them families this year and into the future. And that's why this government, and in particular supported by ACT, has a real focus on the economy and getting the cost of living down. Now, it's really good that in 2025, entering the year, we're seeing the OCR, but in the actual band that we want to see, between 1% and 3%. But we're going to still really work hard to get that down so that there's more money in people's pockets and that value of every dollar isn't being sucked away by inflation. That's a real focus for us. We have campaigned an act on reducing wasteful spending, so more Kiwis do have more money in their own back pocket, and it means that we're focusing on what the government can do well, where we can get efficiencies and make better moves so that our New Zealand taxpayer dollars go further for more people. Since we have been in government, I'm really proud of our ACT Party ministers and our undersecretaries who have been working really, really hard across the board. We've got David Seymour. He's been working as the Minister for Regulations, trying to figure out where are all those niggles, all of that cost, all that red tape that's just burdening us down. And he started up that tip line so people could phone in and email in about all of the regulations that they want the Ministry for Regulation to look into, and I'd really encourage everyone to do that. We've got Nicole McKee, who is working diligently on improving anti-money laundering legislation to relieve the regulatory pressure on businesses that is so needed for all of these New Zealand companies who find the burden of anti-money laundering too hard. Andrew Hoggard, he's been working hard at restoring confidence to rural New Zealand by preventing further restrictions on what farmers can do with their own land. So important for the rural folk of New Zealand who often got forgotten by previous governments, but have a core part of this coalition government. Karen Shaw has been keeping children at the centre of everything that she does, and she's been increasing the efficiency of the care system with the millions of dollars of contracts and making sure it's going to the best interests of the children and not getting lost in the system. Simon Court, he's got one of the most important jobs of trying to reform the Resource Management Act to make sure that we can build and we can grow as an economy. So really important. There are so many other things that we've been working on, and we are very excited for 2025. In my role in workplace relations and safety, over the past year, I spent a lot of time out in the community, talking to real New Zealanders, not here in Wellington. I can't wait to get out of the place most weeks so I can go and talk to people who are actually affected by our laws, people who pay the bills, who help keep this place running. And we had the Health and Safety Roadshow. I thought it was really, really important to go and talk to workers, business owners on the ground to figure out how do we get the balance right to keep people safe at work, but also ensure that businesses aren't burdened by unnecessary costs and too high costs. Now, nearly every week when I'm in the community, people raise the issue of road cones. We've got to fix that. People at the end of last year were talking about Santa Parade compliance. Once again, we've got to fix that. But we've got to fix health and safety reform and compliance for everybody in any type of industry who's feeling like it's just too hard to figure out what you've got to do right. So that's what I'm focusing on for this year, and I look forward to talking to more workers and businesses. We've got a lot happening within DIA. We have been focusing on improving the effectiveness and efficiency of internal affairs over the last year. We have been finding savings of $421 million last year alone, and that work will continue into this year. So every New Zealander knows that the Department of Internal Affairs is there to help them from birth all the way through death and everything in between. It's a huge department, but we're doing it right and we're doing it efficiently and effectively. We're responsible for things like passports and citizenships. I think it's really important that any person who is dealing with DIA has a very good experience with it, and it's an effective and quick experience. But there are so many improvements that we can look to make there in this year ahead. DIA also is responsible for fire and emergency. And once again, I really thank our first responders who do get up every day to think how they can keep other Kiwis in their community safe. We wouldn't have the fire service if it wasn't for really dedicated volunteers in our community. But over the past year, we managed to find savings even within fire and emergency so that people who pay for fire and emergency through levies don't have to pay as much as what fire and emergency was originally asking. And we will keep raising that question. Well, with the time I've got still available, I just want to say that it's been a real pleasure coming back in 2025 for the first day here in Parliament. But I've been out in the community in Tamaki, my electorate, for the past couple of weeks, listening to people on the street. And one thing that they've been really saying is keep going. They back this government. They really want us to do well. They know that we have their best interests at heart, that we want to create better policies so that every Kiwi's life can improve. But we also know that the role of electorate MPs quite often goes by the wayside We don't hear about it too much because a lot of it is dealing with very, very personal issues. And I'd like to thank my staff who work in my absence to help people on things like their ACC claims, their immigration claims, working with, for example, a solo mother who had a disabled child and was unable to get them into a specialist school. But we managed to get that mother, her child, into a school so that she could return back to work and get back into the workforce. Thank you everybody for your support, not just in Tamaki, but for the ACT Party and for this coalition government. We are here to have a great year and we're here to back you and get this economy moving.
I call the... you can call? I call you.
Be now adjourned.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This debate is adjourned and is set down for resumption next sitting day. Thank you, members.